Hello, story seekers. Welcome to Haunting Words. If you found this video, you're probably looking for something to help you drift off to sleep. And I'm here to deliver. But before we begin, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Now, get comfy, turn off the lights, and let your mind wander as I take you through tonight's story. It started as any other typical workday. The office was bustling with activity. Phones ringing, keyboards clattering, the low hum of conversations taking place across cubicles. All things that made the work environment feel alive. I was one of the late shift workers, often staying behind long after the rest of the team had packed up and left. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary for me. The office building, though not the most modern, had been around for decades. Its walls were old, worn, and every now and then you could feel a draft sweeping through the hallways, as if the building itself was breathing. The company I worked for was a small but growing tech firm. We dealt with software development, coding, and providing solutions for various clients. It was the kind of place where you had to hustle to get the job done, often staying late into the night to meet deadlines or iron out the final bugs in a program. I didn't mind it. I had grown used to the solitude that came with staying late. There was something calming about the emptiness of the office after everyone had gone home. At first, it wasn't much. Just the usual sounds that lingered after hours. The hum of the fluorescent lights, the faint whir of the air conditioning. But over time, something changed. It wasn't immediately noticeable, but I started hearing something that didn't fit. The soft, rhythmic tapping of keys. The sound of someone typing. It would come in spurts, like a quick burst of activity, followed by silence, and then another tap. It wasn't coming from my desk or anyone else's. The office was empty, or so I thought. I tried to brush it off. After all, the office was old, and there were times when I would hear the building creak, the pipes groaning under pressure. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. It had been a long week, and I was tired. The only company I had was the glow of my computer screen and the ticking of the clock on the wall. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. As the days passed, it became more frequent. At first, it was just a sound in the background, almost unnoticeable. But then, it grew louder, clearer. It was unmistakable, the sound of typing. But who could it be? The office was deserted. My colleagues had long since left. It was always just me. I would go to the source of the noise, convinced that someone had stayed behind without my knowing. But every time I checked, the office remained empty, eerily still. The typing would stop the moment I reached the area where the sound seemed to originate, and I would stand there, puzzled. There was no one. No computer screen was flickering with activity. The chairs were all empty, and the floor was quiet, save for the faint echo of my own footsteps. It became a routine, a strange and unsettling ritual. I would stay late, the noise growing louder and more persistent with each passing night. I wasn't sure if I was losing my mind or if something else was at play. But no matter how many times I checked, no one was ever there. It was just the sound of typing, echoing through the empty office like a ghost from another time. I couldn't ignore it any longer. Something was happening in that office, something I didn't understand. And it was only a matter of time before I would have to face whatever it was that had been haunting me. As I sat in my cubicle one night, staring at my computer screen, the typing started again. This time, though, it was different. The sound wasn't just a faint tap in the distance. It was closer, much closer. And as I turned my head slowly, I knew that whatever it wasn't something I could explain away any longer. Now, that's where my story begins. And as you listen, I hope you can feel the chill in the air, the tension building with every tap of the keys, because this isn't just about an office or a noise. It's about something far more disturbing, something that waited for me just out of sight. Something that I was about to meet head on. It happened on a Wednesday evening, not long after the usual clatter of keys had faded away. I had settled into my usual routine, sipping on some cold coffee while typing away at my latest project. The glow of my computer screen was the only source of light, and the hum of the office felt oddly soothing, like a lullaby meant to help me focus. The rest of the building was quiet, but I had gotten used to that by now. Everyone else had long left, and it was just me, my work, and the subtle sounds of an old office settling into the night. But then it happened. At first, I thought I had imagined it a flash, quick and subtle. The corner of my eye caught something moving in the farthest part of the room. A shadow, perhaps. The light from my desk made the shadows of the office stretch across the walls, and the sudden flicker of my computer screen made everything feel just a little off. I brushed it off, convincing myself it was nothing. It had to be. After all, I had been working late for weeks, and fatigue could make anyone see things. The room was as it always was, quiet, dim, and devoid of any other life except my own. The typing, however, started up again, faint but unmistakable. I froze, my fingers hovering above the keyboard. The sound was coming from somewhere near the break room, far across the office. It was a soft click-clack, but it wasn't the irregular tapping of someone typing, as I had heard before. It was more methodical, deliberate. Whoever was typing knew exactly what they were doing. I stood up from my chair, nerves tightening in my stomach. I couldn't help but wonder if someone had stayed behind without my knowing. It didn't make sense, though. There was no car in the parking lot when I arrived, and the doors had been locked. Yet, the sound persisted, as though whoever was there was working with quiet intensity. I stepped toward the source, each footstep feeling louder than the last as I walked across the empty office. The typing didn't stop. It seemed to grow louder, as if responding to my every step. As I neared the break room, I noticed something strange. The door was ajar, something that had never happened before. Normally, it was locked after hours, part of the company's security protocols. But tonight, the door was open, just a crack. I hesitated, standing at the threshold, my heart racing. The sound of typing was clearer now, and I felt an inexplicable chill run down my spine. I pushed the door open further, the hinges creaking under my touch. The break room was dark, except for the dim light from the hallway. But there, at the far end of the room, was an old desktop computer, one I had never seen in use. It sat on the counter, its monitor flickering slightly, the screen showing nothing but a blank document. The typing continued. I took a hesitant step into the room, my breath shallow. As I approached the desk, the room seemed to grow colder. The air was thick, heavy, and something in my gut told me that I shouldn't be here. But my curiosity outweighed my fear. I reached the computer and stared at the screen, willing it to reveal some answer. Yet there was nothing, just the eerie glow of the blank document and the soft, rhythmic tapping of the keys. I moved to the computer, half expecting to see someone behind it. But the chair was empty. No one was there. The typing stopped. My pulse raced. I took a step back, my eyes scanning the room, looking for any sign of movement, any explanation. Nothing. It was as if the world had paused for a moment, holding its breath. I quickly backed away from the desk, my body suddenly overcome with a wave of unease. The door behind me clicked shut, almost as if it had been pushed by an unseen hand. I stood there, staring at the now still computer, trying to make sense of what had just happened. It was impossible to rationalize. No one had been there, yet the typing had been so real, so present. I had heard it. The computer was still on, but no one was sitting at it. I glanced over my shoulder at the dimly lit office outside, the empty desks, the stillness of it all. Yet, the sound of typing lingered in my ears, as if it had never stopped. I left the break room, my mind racing with questions. I felt as though I had just glimpsed something I wasn't meant to see, something I couldn't explain away with logic or reason. I returned to my desk, hands shaking as I sat back down. The typing had stopped, but the unease in the air didn't. The office was empty, but I didn't feel alone anymore. It felt as though something or someone was watching. I tried to focus on my work, but it was impossible. The image of the empty desk, the lone computer, and the eerie typing kept replaying in my mind. Was it a prank? Had someone sneaked in without my noticing? But that didn't explain the chair that had been unoccupied, the silence that followed after I had entered the break room. No, this was something different. I told myself to shake it off. It was nothing, just a coincidence. But deep down, I knew that it wasn't. This wasn't the kind of thing that could be explained away so easily. As the minutes passed, I felt a sense of dread settle over me. The office, which had once felt like a place of solitude and safety, now seemed like a trap. The walls felt closer, the silence suffocating. I couldn't understand why I felt so uneasy. Maybe it was because I had been working too late, or maybe because the events I had just witnessed didn't add up. But there was something else, something more profound. The typing, the chair, the coldness. It wasn't just a sound. It felt like a message, like a warning. And I wasn't sure I wanted to stick around long enough to figure out what it meant. It had been a week since the incident in the break room. The office had returned to its usual quiet rhythm, but something inside me had shifted. I couldn't shake the image of that empty desk, the typing that had echoed through the air without any visible source. No matter how many times I told myself it was a fluke, a trick of the mind brought on by too many late nights, I couldn't convince myself completely. The unease lingered like a shadow in the back of my mind. Every night after that, I worked later than usual, but I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. At first, I tried to ignore it, telling myself that the office was simply quieter than I was used to. But the subtle sounds, the faint flicker of a light, the quiet hum of the air conditioning that suddenly seemed too loud, too constant, made it feel like something was always just out of reach, waiting to make its presence known. Then, the strange events began to multiply. It started one evening, a Monday, when I was staying late to finish some paperwork. The office was empty as usual, the rows of cubicles bathed in the soft glow of my desk lamp. I glanced up from my work and noticed that the light above me flickered, just for a moment. I hadn't thought much of it at first. Flickering lights were nothing new in an old building like this. But the longer I sat there, the more I realized something was wrong. The light didn't flicker in a normal, random way. It blinked in a precise, rhythmic pattern, as though someone was trying to get my attention. I stared at it, transfixed, wondering if it was my tired eyes playing tricks on me. But the light continued, unrelenting in its repetitive blink. I stood up and walked toward the light, my footsteps echoing loudly in the otherwise silent office. As I reached the center of the room, I felt a sudden coldness wash over me, the temperature dropping so sharply that it took my breath away. I shivered involuntarily, and for a moment, I thought I saw something, just a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. When I turned, there was nothing there, only the usual office equipment and empty chairs. Shaking my head, I returned to my desk, trying to dismiss the feeling of unease settling deeper in my chest. The light stopped flickering a few minutes later, but that coldness remained, lingering in the air like an invisible presence. I couldn't shake the sensation that I wasn't alone. As I sat back down, I noticed a faint, almost imperceptible sound, like the clicking of a mouse. It was so soft at first that I thought it was just the quiet hum of the office, but then it happened again, clearer this time. I froze, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. My gaze shot to the cubicle next to mine, but there was no one there. The office was still empty. The sound of a mouse clicking, followed by the unmistakable tapping of keys, just like before, was coming from somewhere further down the hall. My heart began to race. The typing, it was happening again. I wasn't sure what compelled me, but I stood up and walked toward the sound. My steps felt heavy, each one slower than the last. The hallway stretched out in front of me, empty and dark, with only the faint light from my desk lamp casting shadows along the walls. As I neared the source of the sound, I found myself dreading what I would find. The break room door was open again, just a crack. But this time, the air felt different. The chill was sharper, colder, like the room was pulling the warmth out of me. The clicking stopped as I approached, and for a moment, I thought it had all been in my head until I stepped inside. The room was still and silent, the air thick with a tension that made my skin crawl. The computer was on again, its screen blank as before, the cursor blinking in rhythm with my heartbeats. My gaze traveled to the chair in front of the desk, but once again, it was empty. Yet, I felt the presence of something in the room, something unseen but undeniable. It was as though someone was there, just beyond my reach, watching me. I glanced around the break room, half expecting to see someone emerge from the shadows. But there was no one. The room was as empty as it had been the last time, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed. I turned away quickly, walking back toward my desk, my hands trembling. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just my overactive imagination, my nerves getting the best of me after another long day. But deep down, I knew better. I had heard the typing, I had felt the coldness, and I couldn't explain any of it. That night, I locked the office door behind me as I left, my footsteps echoing in the empty parking lot. I couldn't bring myself to stay any longer, not with the heavy, oppressive air that seemed to follow me everywhere in that building. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew I needed to find out. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I came into the office early, before anyone else had arrived, hoping that the building would feel different during the daylight. The morning sunlight filtered in through the windows, casting a warm glow across the empty space. But as I walked through the office, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. Every shadow seemed to hold something hidden. Every sound seemed too loud, too real. I tried to focus on my work, but my mind kept drifting back to the break room, to the strange events that had occurred over the past week. The flickering light, the coldness, the typing. Something wasn't right, and I knew I had to investigate further. But where could I begin? How could I explain what had happened without sounding completely insane? I decided to start with the computer, the one in the break room. Maybe there was something to it, some kind of glitch or malfunction that was causing the strange occurrences. So that evening, I stayed late again, determined to uncover the truth. The office was quiet once more, the only sound the soft hum of the air conditioning. I made my way to the break room, my steps echoing in the otherwise still building. The door was closed this time, but I wasn't sure if that made me feel better or worse. I opened it slowly, half expecting to see the same empty room, the same eerie atmosphere that had filled it before. But this time, something was different. The air in the room was warm, almost too warm, like someone had turned the heat up without me noticing. I glanced at the computer, and it was still on, the screen now displaying a blank document. But something was off about it. There was a strange feeling in the air, a palpable sense of anticipation, as though the room was waiting for me to do something. I approached the desk slowly, my hands clammy with sweat. As I stood there, I heard the soft clicking sound again, but this time it was louder, more insistent, as if it was coming from right behind me. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest, but there was no one there. No one at all. I took a deep breath and sat down at the computer, determined to figure out what was going on. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, but I couldn't bring myself to type. The air felt thick, heavy with something I couldn't identify. And then, without warning, the screen flickered and went black. I stared at it, my mind racing. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. The office was quieter than ever, a stillness that felt suffocating. I sat at my desk, staring at the screen, my hands trembling slightly as I tried to make sense of everything. The events of the past few weeks had slowly escalated into something I could no longer ignore. The sounds, the flickering lights, the chilling cold that seemed to follow me around, I knew something wasn't right. But what was happening now was beyond anything I had ever expected. I had been sitting at my desk, waiting for the clock to strike midnight, my mind a tangled mess of anxiety and curiosity. The air in the office had turned noticeably colder in the last few minutes, a cold that felt unnatural, almost suffocating. It was as though the temperature was dropping rapidly, but in a way that wasn't tied to any kind of logical explanation. The heating system had been running just fine, and the outside temperature hadn't dropped that drastically. Yet, I could see my breath as I exhaled. The silence was deafening. The only sounds that had been filling the space were the occasional creaks of the building settling, the hum of the lights, and the distant buzz of the vending machine down the hall. I could hear my own heartbeat now, thumping in my chest as I tried to focus on my work. But no matter how hard I tried, my mind kept drifting back to the break room. I hadn't gone back there since the screen had gone black and the clicking stopped. Part of me was terrified of what I might find if I returned. But the other part, the part that needed answers, that needed closure, pushed me forward. I had to know what was going on, or I would never get a good night's sleep again. I stood up from my desk, forcing my legs to move despite the heaviness weighing them down. The hallway seemed longer than it usually was, the distance to the break room stretching out in front of me like a dark tunnel. The temperature continued to plummet as I walked, and by the time I reached the door, I could feel the chill biting at my skin, sinking into my bones. I reached for the handle, my hand cold as ice, but it wouldn't budge. The door was locked. I tried turning it again, more forcefully this time, but it didn't give. I was confused for a moment, trying to figure out if I had somehow locked it myself earlier without remembering. But I hadn't. I had been at my desk all evening. The door had never been locked before. My mind raced as I stepped back. There was something wrong, something deeply unsettling about the door being locked. I felt a surge of panic rise in my chest as I thought about what that could mean. What was behind it? What had been happening in that room all along? Just then, I heard the sound again, the unmistakable clicking. It was so close, so real, that it made my heart skip a beat. I looked toward the door, the source of the noise seeming to come from the other side. And then I heard something even worse. A soft, low murmur. A voice! It was faint at first, barely audible, but unmistakable. The words were incomprehensible, a jumble of sounds that didn't make sense. But the tone, there was no mistaking that. The voice was familiar, almost too familiar. It was the voice of someone I had worked with, someone I had seen in the office every day, someone who was supposed to be long gone. I recoiled, my breath catching in my throat. The voice continued, the words becoming clearer, but still just beyond my understanding. It was as if the person on the other side of the door was speaking in a language that didn't belong to this world, something foreign, something wrong. I pressed my ear to the door, trying to make sense of the muffled words. My hands were clammy, slick with sweat as I listened, unable to tear myself away. The voice grew louder, more frantic, as though the person on the other side was in distress. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the voice stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, oppressive. My heart hammered in my chest as I stared at the door, my pulse racing. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. And then, just as quickly as the silence had enveloped me, a sound shattered it. The unmistakable clicking of a keyboard. I turned toward the sound, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The break room door, which had been locked just moments ago, was now wide open. I hadn't heard it unlock, hadn't seen it move. But there it was, standing ajar, inviting me in. The chill in the air was unbearable now, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I stood frozen for a moment, too terrified to take a step forward. The clicking from the other side of the door continued, rhythmic and deliberate. I could see the glow of the computer screen through the crack in the doorway. The cursor blinked, waiting for something to happen, waiting for someone to type. Against every instinct telling me to run, I took a step forward, then another, until I stood just inside the break room. The computer was on again, It screened a blank document that seemed to pulse with an eerie, unnatural energy. The chair in front of it was empty, but I could feel the presence of someone or something sitting there. I felt a hand on my shoulder, a cold, icy hand that sent shockwaves of fear coursing through me. My body tensed, and I whipped around, expecting to see someone standing there, but no one was there. The typing, the clicking, continued, louder now, as though it was happening right in front of me. I looked at the screen, my heart sinking into my stomach. It wasn't just a blank document anymore. Words were appearing written in a precise, perfect font, but there was no one there to type them. The letters formed words, then sentences, faster than I could comprehend. I leaned in closer, my breath fogging the screen as I stared at the text forming before me. The words were chilling, in a language I didn't recognize, but the tone. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was meant for me, that the message was something personal. Leave. Now. Or be next. The words seemed to burn themselves into my brain, and the temperature in the room dropped to an unbearable level. I could no longer feel my fingers, my hands numb as if they were frozen solid. My chest tightened, and I gasped for air, panic rising inside me. I wanted to scream, to run, to get as far away from that room as possible, but my feet wouldn't move. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the screen. The words continued to scroll faster, the cursor blinking impatiently, as if it were waiting for me to make a choice. Then, the screen flickered, and the lights above me buzzed to life, blinding in their brightness. And that was when I saw it, the shadow, tall and looming, standing in the corner of the room. I turned, my blood running cold as I faced the dark figure. It was indistinct, a black shape that seemed to swallow the light around it. I could barely make out its form, but there was no mistaking the feeling that it was watching me. And then, in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once, it spoke. Time is up. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in place, staring at the shadow that seemed to pulsate with a life of its own. Time felt irrelevant. The overwhelming weight of terror in my chest made it impossible to breathe properly. My hands, once clammy from the cold, now felt numb, as though the shadow had leached all warmth from me. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, to escape from whatever this thing was. But my legs wouldn't cooperate. It was as if the room itself had trapped me, its walls pressing in from every side. The figure in the corner shifted slightly, its presence growing more tangible with every passing second. My breath quickened as I tried to process what I was seeing, but nothing made sense. The air grew thick, suffocating, and the temperature dropped further, making my bones ache. It was as if I had stepped into another world, one where the rules of reality no longer applied. Then, the voice. It didn't speak in words anymore. Instead, it was an overwhelming, oppressive feeling, a wave of dread that washed over me and consumed every inch of my mind. You shouldn't have stayed, it seemed to say, though no sound left its form. The room flickered again, the lights buzzing in protest, as if they too were trying to escape. I could feel my heart pounding, a frantic rhythm that seemed to match the clicking sound I had heard earlier, now deafening, overwhelming. I stumbled backward, finally able to move, but only to collide with the desk behind me. The jolt sent a burst of pain through my back, but it barely registered. I was too focused on the shadow now moving toward me. I tried to scream, but the words caught in my throat. It was like the air itself had turned to stone. My body refused to listen to my desperate pleas, and I was frozen in place, unable to escape or even comprehend what was happening. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure stopped. The tension in the room was unbearable, like an invisible hand squeezing my chest. I could see nothing but that dark shape, now hovering just beyond reach, as though it were contemplating its next move. But it wasn't the figure that terrified me now. It was the realization, the horror that crashed over me in a wave. The figure, the typing, the cold, the voice, it was all connected. All of it was happening because I had stayed too late. The clicking had stopped. The room was silent once again, the air eerily still, and the figure remained, unmoving, almost waiting. I took a step backward, and this time, my body responded. I was shaking, my legs trembling beneath me, but I had to get out. There was no reasoning with this thing, no fighting it. It was not a person, not a presence I could understand. I wasn't meant to be here, and it wanted me gone. But before I could make another move, the screen behind me flickered back to life, and the words appeared again. Leave or never leave. The message felt like a curse, a final warning that I had overstayed my welcome. The lights overhead hummed louder, their flickering more intense, until I felt the pressure in my head threatening to burst. In that instant, I knew I had no choice. I couldn't stay any longer. The figure in the corner wasn't going to let me leave peacefully, and it was clear that whatever was happening, whatever I had uncovered, wasn't done yet. My hand shot out to the door handle, and for the first time, it moved. The door creaked open, the air rushing past me as if the room itself was expelling me. I didn't look back. I couldn't. But even as I stepped into the hallway, the clicking started again. It followed me, a constant reminder that I wasn't free, that whatever had happened in that office wasn't finished. The cold, the clicking, the sense of being hunted, it was all still with me, lingering just beneath the surface of my thoughts. I didn't stop running. My heart was still racing as I sprinted down the hallway, past empty desks, past the kitchen, through the lobby. I barely even noticed the elevators as I slammed the emergency exit door open, stumbling out into the cold night air. The street outside was eerily quiet, and I paused for a moment, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. My body felt like it had been wrung out like a rag, every muscle tight, every nerve screaming. I tried to focus, tried to calm my mind, but all I could hear was the sound of typing in the distance. It was faint, but it was there. I couldn't go back. I couldn't face it again. The office, the building, whatever was in there, had been waiting for me. It had been waiting for someone to stay too long, to cross a line that I hadn't even known existed. I never went back to that office. I couldn't. I quit the very next day, packed up my things, and walked away without a second glance. But even now, as I sit in the quiet of my apartment, I can still hear the clicking. It's not just in my head. I hear it sometimes, late at night, when everything is still, when I'm alone. It comes from the other side of the door, from the depths of the hallway, from places I can't reach. I don't know what happened in that office, or what I triggered by staying late. I don't know who or what was typing that night, or what it wanted from me. But I do know this. Some doors should never be opened, and some hours should never be spent in the silence of the night. Because once you hear that click, once you feel the chill of the unseen presence closing in around you, it's too late. Even now, the clicking persists. It's faint, but it's there. Some nights, I can hear it from across the room, soft like a memory that won't fade. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But then I remembered that night, the office, the figure, the eerie silence that had fallen over everything. The more I thought about it, the clearer it became. Something had followed me. Something had been awakened by my presence. And it wasn't finished. I often wonder if things could have turned out differently. What if I hadn't stayed late that night? What if I had packed up and gone home like everyone else, not tempted by the silence or the weight of the empty office? But then I remember the strange pull of that place, the way the darkness seemed to wrap around the corners, as if the office had a life of its own. That building was never just a place to work. It was more than that. I can't explain how or why, but it was as if it had been waiting for me. For someone like me, willing to linger in the quiet, ready to uncover whatever it was hiding. In the months after I quit, I tried to forget. I pushed it all out of my mind, focusing on my new job, my new life. But every time I walked past another office building at night, I felt a shiver run through me. The lights inside, the endless rows of desks, each one seemed to hold something I couldn't see, but could feel. There's an unsettling feeling that comes with working in a place that has been inhabited by so many people, all their emotions, all their lives spilling into the walls. And now, I know the truth. The office wasn't just a building. It was a vessel, a container for something darker, something that couldn't be ignored. I remember the first time I saw another person from that office after I left. I was at a coffee shop downtown, and I saw one of the older employees. She was sipping her drink quietly, her gaze distant. When she saw me, there was something in her eyes, something like recognition, but not quite. She didn't speak at first, but when I nodded, she hesitated before replying. "You're one of the ones who didn't listen, huh?" I was taken aback. "What do you mean?" She looked around before leaning in closer. "You've heard it, right? The typing, the footsteps, the voices." She paused, glancing over her shoulder as if expecting someone to be standing behind her. "It's never just you. It's not a coincidence. It's all of us. The ones who stayed too late." I didn't know how to respond. I couldn't ask her for details, not in public. And maybe I didn't want to know. But I realized something in that moment. She wasn't the first person to experience it. There were others too, and they were all trying to move on, trying to pretend they hadn't heard the things I had. But they hadn't escaped. Not really. The office had gotten into their minds, into their souls. It was as though it had marked us all, waiting for the right moment to pull us back in. I left the coffee shop soon after, the conversation echoing in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't done, that somehow the office was still calling me, even if I had left the physical space behind. It's been over a year now since that night, and I've tried to live my life. But there are days when I'll hear the clicking again, just for a moment, as if a part of me is still in that office, still trapped by whatever forces I couldn't understand. I don't know if it will ever stop. I've moved on, or at least I tell myself I have. But there's something about that place, the coldness, the stillness, the way it seemed to have a life of its own that I can't shake. I've never told anyone the full extent of what happened that night. It's not something I can put into words. The fear, the terror, the sheer suffocating presence, it's something you can only feel. It's something that stays with you long after you've walked away. And I I fear that there are others like me, people who have encountered it in their own way. People who, for one reason or another, stayed just a little too late, lingered just a little too long. And now they'll never truly be free. Maybe that's the curse of the office, the curse of the unseen presence. Once it finds you, it never lets go. It waits, quietly, patiently, for the next time you cross its path. For the next time you hear that click. For the next time you can't escape. It was a cold, brisk Friday afternoon when I first heard about the cabin. I had been living in the city for the last couple of years, working a stressful job that often left me drained, both physically and mentally. I needed a break, a place to escape, reset, and spend some time alone. The idea of heading into the woods, away from the buzz of daily life, seemed like the perfect plan. A friend of mine, who had a keen eye for finding hidden getaways, recommended the cabin. He mentioned it was nestled deep in the woods, far enough away from the noise of civilization, but still close enough to the nearest town for emergencies. He'd stayed there once before and assured me it was peaceful, a true escape from everything. I didn't think much of it at the time. I just wanted somewhere quiet, away from the concrete jungle. The cabin was modest, small, with a rustic charm. My friend had told me the owners were a quiet couple who rented the place out only occasionally, keeping it largely untouched. A true gem, he'd called it. So after checking out the listing online, I quickly booked the cabin for the weekend, paying up front without hesitation. The cabin was located a good 3 hours out of the city, tucked away at the foot of a dense forest. As I made my way there, the weather took a sudden turn. The sky darkened and thick clouds rolled in, carrying with them a biting wind. The further I drove, the more isolated it felt, as though the world outside the car had ceased to exist. The landscape was bleak, with the trees swaying violently in the wind, their branches casting long shadows across the dirt road. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, I arrived at the cabin. It was perched on a small hill, surrounded by trees that looked like sentinels keeping watch over the property. The cabin itself was exactly as described, old-fashioned, with a wooden porch, a chimney with smoke curling out of it, and a creaky sign that read, Hollow Pines Lodge. It was quiet, almost eerily so, but I wasn't deterred. This was what I had come for. I parked the car, took a deep breath of the crisp air, and grabbed my bag. The cabin was just as charming inside, with old wooden floors, a cozy fireplace, and furniture that looked like it had been well loved over the years. It was the kind of place that made you want to curl up with a book and a hot drink, which was exactly what I had planned to do. I put my bag down and made my way to the small kitchen to start heating some soup. As I passed by the fireplace, I noticed a guest book sitting on the small table next to it. The leather-bound book was old, its pages yellowed with age, but there was something about it that caught my eye. I picked it up, feeling the weight of it in my hands. Flipping through the pages, I saw entries from other guests who had stayed at the cabin before. Some had left simple notes, praising the peace and tranquility of the place. Others had written poems or short anecdotes about their time there. It all seemed very normal until I came across the last few entries, written in a rushed, frantic hand. The first entry read, Don't come here. Leave now while you still can. I thought it was a joke at first, maybe someone just trying to get attention. But as I read further, the entries became more desperate. One person wrote, I saw something in the woods. It's not safe here. Another wrote, It follows you. Always. No matter where you go. The last entry was scribbled hastily across the entire page, almost as though the writer had been in a panic. It read, We made a mistake. It's in the walls, in the trees. It knows we're here. Please, get out. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the words. A chill ran down my spine, and for a moment, I felt the overwhelming urge to leave. But I didn't. I told myself it was just some overactive imaginations at play, some nervous guests who had stayed there in the dead of winter, far from the safety of the town. I closed the guest book and placed it back on the table. The fire crackled in the background, and I tried to shake off the unease creeping over me. It was nothing, just a coincidence. I was here to relax, not to let some strange entries ruin my weekend. Little did I know, the strange happenings that those guests had warned about were just beginning to unfold. The evening unfolded quietly, as I had hoped. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room, and I sat back in the old leather chair with a steaming mug of soup, letting the peaceful silence settle over me. I had made my way to the cabin to unwind, to escape from the constant rush of the outside world, and for a while, it felt like I had done just that. But as the night stretched on, there was something off about the place, something subtle, almost imperceptible, but it lingered in the corners of my mind like a faint smell that couldn't quite be placed. It was a discomforting feeling, one I couldn't explain. The trees outside were swaying harder now, their branches scraping against the side of the cabin with an unnerving, repetitive rhythm. The wind was howling like a distant animal, and the night had taken on a strange heaviness that seemed to weigh on the air itself. I shook it off. It was just the weather, I told myself. The wind had a way of playing tricks on the mind when you were out in the wilderness. The more isolated you felt, the more susceptible you were to imagining things. But then it happened. I was sitting by the fire, scrolling through my phone, no signal as expected, which was part of the appeal, and that's when I heard it. The first strange sound. A soft thud, barely audible, but it made my head snap up. I froze, listening. There it was again. A faint thud, like something heavy had been dropped onto the wooden floor upstairs. The noise was so out of place, it couldn't have been the wind. My mind raced, trying to think of any logical explanation. Maybe the old cabin was just settling? Perhaps the pipes or the structure were shifting with the cold. But no, this was different. It was rhythmic, deliberate. Thud, thud, thud. I rose from my chair. feeling a tightness in my chest that I couldn't explain. It was too late for anyone to be nearby. There was no one for miles around. The nearest neighbor was a good 15-minute drive, and the owners of the cabin were supposed to be in town for the weekend. I had no idea who or what could be upstairs. I tried to brush it off, but something in the back of my mind told me it wasn't just the house settling. I had to investigate. I grabbed a flashlight from the small cabinet near the door and made my way up the creaky staircase, my steps echoing louder than I wanted them to. The air grew colder as I moved up, and the faint smell of damp wood seemed to get stronger. I reached the top of the stairs, and the thudding noise had stopped, leaving only an eerie silence behind. The hallway upstairs was dark, except for a sliver of light coming from under the door of the only bedroom. I hesitated, then slowly made my way toward it. My breath caught in my throat as I reached the door, pressing my ear to it. I could hear nothing now, no thuds, no sounds at all, just the faint whistling of the wind outside. My hand trembled as I grasped the doorknob. I had no real reason to believe there was something or someone in there. But the strange noises, the unsettling feeling that had been lingering, now had me second-guessing everything. I opened the door. The room was empty. There was no one inside. Just a bed with its quilt pulled up tightly, a few worn-out books stacked on the nightstand, and the dim glow of moonlight filtering through the curtains. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. But then my gaze fell to the floor, and I froze. There, on the old hardwood floor, was a series of scratches. They were faint, but unmistakable. They weren't made by a person too jagged, too deep. They looked almost like they'd been caused by something dragging across the floor, something heavy and sharp. I stepped closer, kneeling down to examine them. They weren't there when I had first arrived. I was sure of it. I had walked through the cabin earlier, and I would have noticed something like this. The marks had appeared since I arrived. As I traced my fingers along the scratches, my stomach twisted with unease. I stood up quickly and backed out of the room, closing the door behind me. The air around me seemed colder now, as though it had taken on an unnatural chill. I stood there in the hallway, listening to the silence again, but it was no longer peaceful. The weight of something unseen seemed to press in from all sides. I turned and hurried back downstairs. My heart was pounding now, my mind racing for an explanation. I told myself it was just the old cabin, its creaks and groans. The wind outside could have caused those marks, I reasoned. Maybe the weather was making things shift around. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild. But then the lights flickered. At first, it was just a brief dimming. I barely noticed it, too preoccupied with my thoughts. But then it happened again, longer this time. And then once more, until the entire cabin was plunged into darkness. I froze, the flashlight in my hand trembling. I clicked it on, the beam cutting through the pitch-black room, and for a split second, I thought I saw something in the corner of my figure, just out of sight, standing, still in the far corner of the room. I whipped the light back around, but nothing was there. My pulse quickened. I stood frozen, unable to move, feeling like my feet were stuck in place. My breath was shallow, coming in quick, shallow bursts as I scanned every corner of the cabin, waiting for something to happen. The silence was suffocating, pressing in on me from all sides. And then the sound came again. A thud, soft at first, like something heavy being dropped onto the floor. But this time, it wasn't coming from upstairs. It was coming from right behind me. I spun around, heart hammering in my chest, but there was nothing there. Nothing but the dark, empty cabin. I didn't know what to do. My mind raced with all sorts of possibilities, trying to rationalize the situation. The old house creaked, yes, and it was isolated. Maybe it was just a trick of the mind, the stress getting to me. Maybe the wind had blown something against the door, and it was all just a coincidence. But no, something didn't feel right. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I slowly backed away from the center of the room, feeling a weight on my chest like I couldn't breathe. I needed to get out of there. I needed to leave, but I didn't. Instead, I grabbed my things and retreated to the living room, trying to shake off the growing sense of dread. I forced myself to sit down by the fire, clutching the mug of cold soup in my hands like it was a shield. The room felt even colder now, as though the darkness had sunk into the very walls. I thought I saw something move just outside the window, but when I looked, there was nothing there. Just the trees, swaying with the wind, casting long, distorted shadows across the ground. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in the cabin. Something had changed since I arrived. The cabin was no longer a peaceful retreat. It was something else, something unsettling. The noise had stopped, but I didn't feel any safer. I knew that something was waiting, and it wasn't done with me yet. The night stretched on, and with it, the tension in the cabin seemed to swell, thickening the air like the stillness before a storm. I sat there by the fire, my eyes scanning the dimly lit room, half expecting something to happen. I kept telling myself that it was just nerves, that I had worked myself up over nothing. But I couldn't ignore the feeling creeping into my chest, tightening with every passing minute. The wind outside had grown louder, and the rain was coming down in sheets, hammering against the windows. The storm had picked up strength since I had first arrived, but now it seemed to be part of something much darker. There was an unspoken heaviness to the storm, a constant rumble in the sky that felt like a warning. I kept my eyes on the flames, trying to focus on the comfort of the fire, but my mind kept drifting back to the strange thuds from upstairs, the cold air in the hallway, and the way the lights had flickered. Something was wrong with this place. I couldn't shake the nagging sensation that I was being watched. Then came the second strange event. It was subtle, so faint I almost missed it. But as I sat in my chair, staring into the fire, I heard it just a slight scratching sound from somewhere deep within the walls. At first, I thought it was the wind, or maybe the house settling again. But no, this was something different. It was deliberate, slow, almost as though something or someone was trying to get in. The scratching was followed by a soft knocking sound, as though a hand was gently tapping against the wall. I stood up, heart pounding. There was no logical explanation for it. I had checked every inch of this cabin when I arrived, and I knew there was nothing inside the walls. But now, with the scratching growing louder, it felt as though the very structure of the house was alive. I moved cautiously toward the wall where I had heard the sound, pressing my ear against it. For a moment, there was nothing, just the faint hum of the wind outside. Then, it came again, a low, steady knocking just beneath my ear. I stumbled back, my breath coming in quick bursts. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt an icy chill spread through my chest. It wasn't just the wind or the house settling. Something was happening, something beyond the ordinary. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it was just an old cabin, settling and creaking in the storm. But deep down, I knew this wasn't normal. This wasn't something I could explain away. The scratching sound continued for several more minutes, growing louder, more frantic, until it suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, a thick, suffocating quiet that filled the room. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. The knocking had ceased, the scratching had stopped. It was as if whatever had been there had simply vanished. But the unease remained. I couldn't sit still any longer. I had to know what was causing these strange occurrences, what was behind the noises that seemed to fill the cabin with an unseen presence. I decided to explore, though a part of me dreaded the thought of what I might find. I grabbed the flashlight again, my fingers trembling as I clicked it on, the beam cutting through the thick darkness. I moved cautiously through the cabin, checking every room, every corner, every possible hiding place. Nothing. There was no sign of anything that could explain the sounds, the unease that had settled into my bones. The house was empty, just as it had been when I first arrived. But then I noticed something I hadn't seen before. As I stepped into the kitchen, I found the door to the basement slightly ajar. It wasn't open all the way, just a small crack enough to make me pause. I was certain I had closed it when I first arrived, and yet now it was open. The stairs leading down into the basement were dark, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and old wood. I hesitated. The basement didn't seem to be the source of the sounds. The knocking and scratching had come from the walls, not from below. But something about the open door bothered me. It felt like an invitation to investigate, to go deeper into the cabin, to search for an explanation. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, the flashlight trembling in my hand. The stairs creaked under my weight as I descended, the air growing colder with each step. The basement was even darker than I had imagined, the faintest light from the flashlight barely penetrating the gloom. The walls were lined with old wooden beams, and the floor was covered in dust. Nothing seemed out of place, but there was something about the space that felt wrong, like it had been untouched for years, or like it was hiding something. As I moved deeper into the basement, my eyes caught on something in the far corner. It was a small table, draped with an old, faded cloth. At first, I thought it was just a forgotten piece of furniture, but as I got closer, I noticed something strange. The table was covered in what looked like marking scratches, deep gouges in the wood. My heart skipped a beat as I reached out, my fingers brushing against the surface. The scratches were fresh. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I had just seen the same kind of scratches upstairs, near the door. Now, here they were, in the basement. The markings were jagged and uneven, as if something had been dragged across the surface, just like the floor upstairs. I backed away from the table, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The flashlight flickered in my hand, and for a moment, I thought I saw something move in the shadows, just a flicker, a shape that wasn't quite right. I spun around, but nothing was there. I quickly made my way back up the stairs, my feet stumbling over the creaking wood. I had to get out of this basement. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone down there, that whatever was in this house had been watching me, waiting for me to find it. When I returned to the living room, I could feel the weight of the silence pressing in on me. The wind had died down, and the storm outside had quieted, but the cabin felt even more oppressive. The temperature had dropped, and I could see my breath in the cold air. I grabbed the blanket from the couch and wrapped myself in it, hoping that somehow it would offer me comfort. But the silence was unbearable. I could hear nothing but my own breath, the slow thudding of my heart in my chest. Every creak of the house felt amplified, like footsteps in the dark, like someone or something was moving just beyond my reach. Then, the knocking came again. This time, it wasn't a subtle tap. It was loud, hard, as if something was banging against the walls with purpose. I jumped to my feet, the blanket falling to the floor as I reached for the flashlight. The knocking was coming from the same wall as before, the one that had been so eerily silent just a moment ago. I moved closer, my pulse racing as I pressed my ear to the cold wood. And then it stopped. Just as quickly as it had started, the knocking ceased, leaving only the eerie quiet in its wake. But the silence felt different now. It wasn't peaceful, it was oppressive, suffocating. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting for me to make the next move. I couldn't stay here any longer. I needed to leave. But when I reached for the door, I froze. There, on the floor in front of me, were the same marks I had seen upstairs, the same jagged scratches. They were fresh, and they led directly to the door. I didn't know what to do, but I knew I had to leave. I had to get out of this place before whatever was here came for me. I stood frozen, the jagged marks on the floor burning into my mind. They were unmistakable deep scratches that led right to the door, a clear trail of something's movement. Something that had been here, something that had been waiting for me. I wanted to run, to burst through that door and never look back, but the air around me was thick, suffocating. The sound of my own heartbeat echoed in my ears, drowning out everything else. I couldn't understand what was happening. How had these marks appeared? Why hadn't I noticed them before? The door was closed, locked. No one could have gotten in. But these marks were undeniable, as real as the ground beneath my feet. The door was right in front of me, yet it felt miles away. I knew, deep down, that whatever was on the other side wasn't something I was prepared to face. I reached for the doorknob, my hand trembling uncontrollably. My breath hitched as the door creaked under the slightest pressure, the room around me feeling colder by the second. I could feel it now, the shift in the atmosphere. It was as if the house itself had exhaled, and in that breath, something unseen and malevolent stirred. A low, almost imperceptible hum filled the air, vibrating through my chest. I hesitated, but then I heard it. A soft scraping noise from behind me. I spun around, my eyes darting across the room, my pulse hammering in my throat. The room was still, the shadows deep and oppressive, but nothing moved. I could hear my own ragged breathing, feel the sweat on my palms. The house seemed to hold its breath with me. Then came the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Slow, methodical, heavy. I could barely hear them over the pounding of my heart, but I knew they were real. Something was walking through the cabin, its footfalls barely muffled by the creaking floorboards. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, the walls vibrating with every step. My body froze, my muscles locked in terror as the footsteps grew louder, closer. I had to leave. I had to get out. I rushed for the door again, my hand flying to the knob. But just as I touched it, the door slammed shut with a deafening bang. I staggered back, my heart skipping a beat as I spun around, looking for the source of the noise. And there, standing in the doorway to the living room, was a figure. It wasn't a person, not entirely. It was tall, impossibly thin, its body twisted and contorted in unnatural ways. The figure was draped in tattered, shadowy cloth, but there was no face, no eyes, nothing that resembled a human form. Instead, there was a blank void where its face should have been, a black hole that seemed to suck in all the light around it. I gasped, my breath coming in short, desperate bursts. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. My mind refused to accept it. I was staring at something that shouldn't exist, something that didn't belong in this world. I backed away slowly, my body trembling, my thoughts scattered and confused. Every part of me screamed to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I could only watch as the figure took a step forward, the sound of its footsteps almost deafening in the silence. Then, it spoke. The voice was soft at first, almost like a whisper, but it grew louder, more forceful. The words weren't words at all, just a low, guttural sound, like a series of growls and clicks. The language was foreign, ancient, and it filled my mind with a sense of dread, like I was hearing something that had been buried deep beneath the earth for centuries, something that should never be uncovered. I tried to scream, but the sound wouldn't come. My throat was dry, my chest constricting with the weight of fear. The figure took another step, its presence overwhelming, as if the air around it had thickened into something dense and suffocating. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. I stood there in stunned silence, my mind reeling. What had just happened? Was it real? Had it been some twisted hallucination brought on by the isolation, the stress, the fear? But then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The marks on the floor, the ones that led to the door, were different now. They weren't just scratches anymore. They had grown, the gouges deeper, the lines more erratic. They twisted and spiraled in strange patterns, like something was carving its way through the wood. My breath caught in my throat as I turned toward the kitchen. The air felt wrong, as if something had changed. And then I saw it, a flicker of movement, a shadow darting across the far wall. I wasn't alone. The creature had left a mark on this place, something that would never be erased. I bolted from the room, running down the hallway toward the front door. The house seemed to close in around me, the walls pressing inward as I rushed through the cabin. But no matter how fast I ran, the feeling of being followed, of being hunted, never left. The air grew colder, thicker, like it was alive and watching me. I reached the door and yanked it open, my hands numb with fear. The storm outside had intensified, the wind howling as the rain battered the porch. But none of it mattered. I was out of the cabin, free. Or so I thought. As I stepped outside, the ground beneath me shifted. I looked down to see the dirt swirling, as though it were alive, as if the very earth was shifting beneath my feet. The trees around me seemed to bend and sway, their branches creaking and groaning as they reached for me. I turned back to the cabin, but it wasn't the same anymore. The lights inside flickered erratically, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and writhe. The figure was back, its silhouette outlined against the flickering light. I didn't stop running. I ran through the storm, through the woods, with no idea where I was going, only knowing that I had to get away, had to escape whatever had followed me from that cabin. The creature, the house, the scratches, they were all part of something far worse than I could have imagined. But no matter how fast I ran, no matter how far I went, I knew I could never escape the horror that had been unleashed. And when I looked back, I saw the cabin in the distance, its lights now completely dark, its outline swallowed by the night. It was then I realized the truth. The cabin had never let me go, and it never would. I couldn't outrun the feeling, no matter how far I ran. The storm that lashed around me, the howling winds, the rain that lashed at my face, it was all just a distraction. It wasn't the weather that chased me through the woods. It was the horror, the constant awareness that something unseen was stalking me. Even as I plunged through the dark forest, my heart beating wildly, I couldn't shake the thought. It's still following me. The cabin had loomed in my thoughts, its doors closed behind me, but somehow it felt like I was still trapped within its walls. Every crack of the branches overhead, every rustle of leaves underfoot, seemed like it was the creature, its hollow gaze closing in. My legs burned from the effort, my breath coming in ragged gasps, but I had no choice but to keep going. I had to get out of this nightmare. I don't know how long I ran through the rain, but eventually the forest began to thin. The dense trees started to break up, and I stumbled into a clearing. There, in the distance, I saw headlights cutting through the storm, the bright beams illuminating the road ahead. A car, a lifeline. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the pain in my legs, ignoring the dizzying thought that something might still be behind me. When I reached the road, the car slowed as it approached. I didn't care who it was or what they thought. I threw myself in front of the vehicle, waving my arms frantically. The car screeched to a halt, the driver's face filled with confusion and concern as they rolled down the window. "Are you okay? What happened?" they asked, eyes scanning the storm, as if searching for the danger that I knew was there, but couldn't explain. "I need to get out of here," I gasped, my words barely audible over the wind. "Please, just take me away from here." Without hesitation, the driver unlocked the door, and I climbed in, slamming the door shut behind me. The car sped off, away from the forest, away from the cabin, and away from whatever dark force had been lurking there. I glanced back once, my heart still pounding in my chest. The storm was so intense now that it was hard to make out any details in the woods. But I swear, for just a moment, I thought I saw something. A dark silhouette just beyond the tree line. A figure, still watching, still waiting. I turned away quickly, focusing on the road ahead, my hands gripping the seat as if that would somehow anchor me to reality. I couldn't let my mind dwell on it. I had to escape, had to forget. It wasn't until we reached the small town that I could finally breathe. The car pulled into a gas station, the dim lights offering a semblance of safety, of normalcy. The driver, a middle-aged man with kind eyes, turned to me and asked if I needed a place to stay. His concern was genuine, but I could hardly form the words to thank him. "No, I'm fine," I said, my voice weak. "I just need to get some air." I climbed out of the car, my legs unsteady, the ground beneath me solid but unfamiliar. The town felt too bright, too normal. The gas station was small, the windows fogged from the rain outside. It seemed so far removed from the horror I had left behind. I just stood there for a moment, collecting myself, trying to steady my breathing. But even now, I couldn't shake the feeling. That sense that I wasn't safe. That no matter how far I ran, the terror of the cabin would follow me, creeping into every quiet corner of my life. I tried to get my bearings, but it was hard. Everything was disjointed. The world outside felt almost surreal, like I had stepped into a dream. I was exhausted, my mind a fog of panic, yet there was something tugging at the back of my mind. I knew I should feel relief, but all I could think about were the markings on the floor, the creature, the figure in the doorway, and the way the house seemed alive, waiting for me to slip up. I found a small diner nearby, its lights warm and inviting against the storm. I needed to talk to someone to make sense of what had happened. I stepped inside, the door swinging open with a jingle of the bell above. The air smelled of hot coffee and fresh bread, a comforting aroma that should have put me at ease. Instead, it only reminded me of the warmth I had left behind of a life I'd never returned to. The waitress, a woman in her late 20s, greeted me with a smile, but when she saw my drenched appearance, her expression softened. "Long night?" she asked gently, leading me to a booth by the window. "Yeah," I replied, my voice hoarse. I couldn't get the image of the dark figure out of my mind, the way it had disappeared just as quickly as it had appeared. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." She didn't press, just brought me a cup of coffee and a plate of food, though I didn't have much of an appetite. The warmth of the meal felt like it belonged to someone else, not me. As I sat there, sipping the coffee, I kept my gaze fixed out the window, watching the rain streak down the glass. I tried to convince myself that I was safe now, that I was free from the nightmare. But the fear still gnawed at me, relentless. I finally gathered the courage to tell the waitress about the cabin, about the markings, the strange figure, the unsettling feeling that something had been waiting for me. Her expression remained neutral at first, but when I mentioned the guest book, she froze. I hadn't mentioned that detail to anyone. "The guest book?" she asked slowly, her voice barely a whisper. Did you read it?" I nodded, unsure of what she meant. It was filled with warnings. Desperate ones. I thought it was just people messing around, but it felt different. Her face paled, and she leaned in closer, her voice shaking. "That cabin, it's been empty for years. No one stays there anymore. People who went in, they didn't come back right. Some say it's cursed. Others say the land itself is cursed. You might have just escaped something. I don't think you're safe yet." My blood ran cold, and I almost dropped my coffee. "What do you mean?" "The cabin's cursed." She nodded, glancing nervously around the diner. "People go in, and they either leave changed, or they don't leave at all. There's something on that land. Something old, something evil. I'm sorry you had to find out this way." I felt sick. It was real then. It wasn't just in my head. The creature, the feeling of being watched, it wasn't paranoia. It was something more, something that had followed me, something that didn't want to let me go. My stomach twisted, and I stood up quickly, dropping a few bills on the table. I couldn't stay here, couldn't stay in this town. The words of the waitress echoed in my mind. I had to leave, but I knew one thing for sure: I'd never be truly free. As I left the diner, the weight of the night hung over me. The storm still raged outside, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't the storm that was keeping me trapped. It was something much darker, much more insidious. I didn't know where I was going, but I kept moving, the cold air biting at my skin. I tried to push everything out of my mind, but the image of the cabin, the figure, the guest book, it all lingered. And as I walked into the unknown, I realized that no matter how far I ran, there were some things you couldn't escape. I don't know how long I walked that night. Hours? Days? It felt like time had stopped, like I had entered a space where the world around me no longer made sense. I wandered the streets, trying to get my bearings, but it was impossible to shake the feeling that I was being followed. Not physically, but in some deeper, more insidious way. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, I expected to see that dark figure from the woods, the one I could never quite make out, but whose presence was as real as the air I breathed. The worst part wasn't that I was being followed, though. It was the constant realization that I couldn't outrun the terror that had settled into my bones. The cabin, the land, that cursed place. It didn't matter how far I went or where I went next. It had marked me, and there was no escaping it. Eventually, I found myself outside the outskirts of the town, standing near a desolate road. The storm had finally let up, but the air was thick with a kind of oppressive stillness. The rain had soaked into my clothes, and my legs ached from the miles I had walked without a clear destination. I was exhausted, mentally and physically, but there was something else too, something I couldn't put into words. A sense of finality. A realization that I wasn't going to outrun it. Not now, not ever. That's when I saw it. A car. The headlights gleamed in the distance, cutting through the darkness. It slowed as it approached, and I froze. The storm had passed, but the night still felt heavy. My heart pounded in my chest as the car drew closer, its engine humming softly in the quiet night. It was the same car, the same driver, the man who had stopped for me earlier at the gas station. He rolled down the window, his face creased with concern as he recognized me. "Are you all right? You look different." I didn't know how to explain it. How could I? How could anyone understand what I had been through? The things I had seen, the feelings I had experienced, it was beyond words. But one thing was clear. There was no going back. The man's presence in my life, the way he seemed to reappear at just the right moment, was unsettling. He wasn't like the others who had crossed my path. He knew something. He was somehow tied to everything, and even now, standing in front of him, I couldn't shake the feeling that the end was near. "I'm not okay," I finally said, my voice trembling. "Something happened. Something horrible. The cabin, it's not just a house. It's not just a place. It's cursed. And I don't know what to do." He nodded slowly, his eyes glinting in the dim light. "You're right," he said, his voice low. "It's not just a house. It never was." I took a step back, my mind racing. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. You know about it." My voice cracked. "Why didn't you tell me?" He sighed deeply, the weight of his words pressing down on both of us. "I've been watching you," he said quietly, "and I've been waiting." "Waiting?" I repeated, my heart pounding. "For what?" "For you to see the truth. For you to realize that there's no escaping what's been set in motion." I could barely breathe, the fear choking me. "What are you talking about?" He looked at me with something akin to pity. "The cabin has a way of pulling people in. Those who stay there, those who survive it, can't leave unchanged. That's why you couldn't get away. It's not just the land, it's you now. You've been marked, just like the others." The words hit me like a physical blow. Marked. I had heard it before, but now, with him standing in front of me, I understood. The realization that I had become part of something far bigger than I could ever comprehend, it was overwhelming. But why? Why me? What does it want from me? My voice was barely above a whisper now, filled with disbelief. He shook his head. "It doesn't want anything from you. Not directly. It just needs to claim you, like it has with so many before you. And now that it has you, it's only a matter of time before you become part of its history. Its legacy." My legs gave out beneath me. I collapsed to the ground, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on me. I couldn't escape it. I never could. I had been chosen, or maybe I had been cursed. Either way, there was no returning to the life I once knew. The man's expression softened for a moment, as if he understood the horror that had just dawned on me. "You're not the first, and you won't be the last. People have come and gone from that cabin for years, and no one has ever truly left. Not completely." His words rang in my ears like a death knell. "Not completely. I could feel it now, the coldness in the pit of my stomach, the creeping sensation that something was wrong. That something was inside me, seeping into my bones. I wasn't myself anymore. The cabin had already claimed its prize. And it wasn't just the house, the land, or the creature. It was the people who had stepped through its door, the ones who had lingered too long, and now I was one of them. I don't know how long we stayed there, locked in that moment. The world around us had gone silent, and all I could hear was the man's soft voice as he spoke of the others. The ones who had come before me. The ones who hadn't survived. "We all have a role to play in this," he said quietly. "The cabin doesn't just take, it gives too. It gives a piece of itself to each person who enters. And in return, it asks for something in return." My mind couldn't process it. The fog of exhaustion and terror had clouded everything. The cabin, the creature, the warnings in the guest book, the man who had been watching me, it was all tied together, and I was part of it now. There was no escape, no way to undo what had been done. "I'm sorry," he said softly, as if to himself, as if there was something he regretted. But I could tell it wasn't for me. It was for all of us who had been consumed by it. But the story doesn't end here. Not for you, not for me, not for anyone who dares to walk into that place. As I stood up, my legs weak beneath me, I realized that my life had ended long ago. Not the moment I left the cabin, not when I had fled into the night, but when I had first set foot on that cursed land. Everything after that had been a consequence of the choice I'd made, of the choice we all made to step into the unknown, unaware of what we were really walking into. I don't know where I'm going next. I don't know what will happen to me, or how much longer I'll have before the cabin's grip tightens further. But I do know one thing. I'm never truly alone now. It's always there, just behind me, just in front of me, watching, waiting. It started on a chilly evening in the late fall, the kind of night where the cold air starts to seep into your bones, but it's not quite winter yet. I had just finished a long day at work. The office was quiet as usual, the hum of computers and the occasional phone ringing echoing through the sterile building. I worked at a small architecture firm on the top floor of a nondescript office building, the kind of building you could easily ignore if you weren't paying attention. To most people, it was just another part of the skyline, nothing special. But to me, it had become a second home. The team I worked with was small, and the work, while demanding, wasn't anything out of the ordinary. We spent our days brainstorming ideas, drawing plans, and meeting clients, all the usual. There were 4 of us in total. Me, the lead architect. Then there was Vince, a junior architect with a quick wit and a penchant for sarcasm. Katie, the office manager, who was always on top of things and made sure everything ran smoothly. And finally, there was Peter, a quiet guy who had joined the firm recently. Peter had this strange, reserved demeanor about him. He wasn't unfriendly, but there was always something in his eyes that made you feel like he was seeing something others couldn't. He rarely spoke, and when he did, his voice had an odd quality to it, like he was holding something back. It was a Wednesday evening, the last one of the month, and we had just finished up a particularly grueling project. We were all ready to pack up and head home. The office lights flickered above, casting long shadows across the room. It was getting late, later than usual for me, and I was looking forward to a warm dinner and a quiet night at home. Vince was the first to leave, giving a half-hearted wave as he walked out the door. Katie followed suit, leaving me alone with Peter. I didn't think anything of it at first. It was routine. But as the clock ticked past 7:30 p.m., something felt off. The atmosphere in the office had shifted. It was subtle, but I could sense a tension in the air that hadn't been there before. Peter had been acting strange for the past few days, more withdrawn than usual. It wasn't uncommon for him to retreat into his own world, but tonight was different. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just the exhaustion from the week's work. I was about to close my laptop when the door to the office opened with a creak and Peter stepped in. He didn't say anything at first, just stood there, staring at me. "Hey, you heading out soon?" I asked, my voice trying to sound casual. Peter didn't respond immediately. He just stood there, his gaze fixed on me. His eyes were wide, almost unnaturally so, and his face had this pale, ghostly quality. For a moment, I thought I saw something flicker behind him, like a shadow moving against the wall. But when I blinked, it was gone. I shook my head, trying to clear the weird thoughts from my mind. "Everything okay, man?" I asked again, a little more concerned now. Peter finally spoke, his voice low and almost trembling. "You need to leave," he said, his words sharp, like they were forced out of him. Now, his tone caught me off guard. I chuckled nervously, thinking it was some kind of joke. "Come on, it's just the end of the day. I'm almost done." "What's going on with you, Peter?" Peter didn't laugh. He didn't even smile. His face was serious, his eyes wide with what I could only describe as fear. "Leave," he repeated, his voice more urgent this time. "It's not safe here anymore." I stared at him, unsure of how to respond. It wasn't like Peter to act this way. He was usually so composed, so detached. I didn't know if I should humor him or if something more serious was happening. The building was always empty at this hour. I didn't think much of it when Katie left early, or when Vince had packed up so quickly. The elevator had already stopped on our floor for the night. But there was something about Peter's demeanor now that made me uneasy. His warning felt different from anything I had experienced before. He wasn't trying to joke around. He was trying to warn me. Peter opened his mouth to speak again, but before he could, a loud bang echoed through the building. It came from somewhere deep within the structure, like the sound of something heavy falling. It was so sudden and so sharp that I jumped, my heart racing. I looked at Peter, who was now visibly shaky. His eyes were wide, and he was backing away from me slowly. "I told you," he said, his voice barely audible. "You need to leave. Now." His warning felt real now. The air had grown heavier, the silence even more oppressive. I didn't know what was happening, but something in my gut told me I wasn't going to like what came next. The bang from deep within the building had caught both Peter and me off guard. The sound echoed down the empty hallways, reverberating against the cold, concrete walls of the office building. It wasn't just a random noise. It was the kind of sound that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Something had fallen, but it didn't sound like it had come from our floor. The building itself seemed to have a way of amplifying sounds, as if every small creak or thud traveled farther than it should, making everything feel out of place. I glanced over at Peter, expecting him to say something, but he didn't. His eyes were glued to the door, and he had taken another step back, as though he was afraid to get any closer to the source of the noise. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The silence that followed the bang was suffocating, thick and dense, as if the air had been sucked out of the room. It felt like we were both waiting for something else, something worse to happen. Finally, I forced myself to break the silence. "That was weird," I said, my voice sounding strangely hollow in the stillness. "Maybe someone dropped something in the maintenance room. I don't know. It's probably nothing." Peter didn't respond. Instead, he turned and walked toward the door, his footsteps slow and deliberate. He didn't even look back at me as he reached for the doorknob. His hand was shaking, just a little, but enough for me to notice. "Peter, hold on," I said, a little more forcefully this time. "We can't just leave. I'm not going anywhere until I figure out what that sound was." Peter didn't even flinch. "You don't understand," he said, his voice shaking now. "That noise, it wasn't like anything I've heard before." "Yeah, well, it's probably just a maintenance issue," I said, trying to remain calm. "We're overreacting." But Peter shook his head. "No," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "It wasn't like that." Before I could ask him what he meant, the lights above us flickered again. It was subtle at first, like a brief hesitation in their usual steady hum. I didn't think much of it at first. Old lights had a way of doing that, but then it happened again and again, each flicker lasting a fraction longer than the one before it. The lights dimmed, then brightened, then flickered once more. I felt a wave of unease wash over me. It wasn't just the lights, it was the way the building seemed to be reacting, almost as if it were alive, breathing, and responding to something I couldn't see. Okay, that's not normal, I muttered under my breath, staring up at the lights. We should check the fuse box, or maybe call maintenance. Peter didn't say anything. His focus had shifted back to the door, but his body was tense, like he was ready to bolt the moment anything else happened. He looked at me with those wide, almost pleading eyes. We need to leave, he said again, his voice strained. There's nothing left for us here. The door opened with a creak before I could say anything else, and a gust of cold air swept into the room. I shivered, instinctively stepping back. The building's HVAC system was usually pretty reliable, so it was strange to feel such a sudden, bone-chilling draft. It wasn't just cold, it was the kind of cold that felt unnatural, like something else had slipped in through the cracks. A shadow darted across the floor, just at the edge of my vision. I couldn't tell if it was a trick of the light or something else entirely, but it made my heart skip a beat. I looked back at Peter, whose face had gone pale. His eyes were wide, unblinking. He was staring past me now, towards the hallway. Did you see that? He whispered. I turned quickly, but the hallway beyond the door was empty. Just the usual blank walls, the sterile, fluorescent lights hanging overhead. Nothing moved. I don't see anything, I said, my voice a little shaky. I tried to reassure myself more than Peter. It's probably just the wind or a shadow from the lights. Nothing to worry about. Peter didn't respond. He just stood there, his eyes fixed on the hallway, and I could feel a palpable shift in the air around us. It felt like we were being watched, like there was something or someone hidden just out of sight. I could hear the faintest echo of footsteps down the hall, but when I strained my ears, they stopped, as if whoever was walking had sensed I was listening. Okay, this is getting really weird, I muttered. Maybe we should check the building's security cameras. See if something's going on. Peter grabbed my arm then, his grip cold and strong, and I could feel the tremor in his fingers. You don't get it, he said urgently, his voice trembling. There's no one else here. No one's going to help you. Before I could respond, the overhead lights flickered one last time. The entire office plunged into darkness. My breath caught in my throat. A wave of nausea rose up in me, and I felt the room close in. I reached for my phone, desperate for some source of light, but before I could even unlock the screen, the lights came back on, brighter than before. The sudden brightness was disorienting, and I blinked rapidly, trying to adjust. And that's when I saw it. In the reflection of the glass window, I saw a figure standing behind me. It was dark, shrouded in shadow, and I could barely make out its features. But I could feel it, staring at me, as if it had been there all along, waiting for me to notice. My heart raced as I spun around, but the figure was gone. Just the empty office behind me. No footsteps, no sound, just the eerie silence. I could feel my pulse in my temples as I looked at Peter, his face ashen, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. You saw that, right? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Peter nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the space behind me. I wasn't imagining it, he muttered. I wasn't imagining it. The air had grown even colder now, and I could feel the oppressive weight of something unseen closing in around us. It wasn't just the lights, or the strange noise, or the feeling of being watched. It was the fact that something had just happened that neither of us could explain, and neither of us wanted to face it. Peter took a slow, deliberate step back toward the door, and I could feel his hesitation. But then his eyes locked on me, and for the first time, I saw real fear in them. We have to go, he said, his voice cracking. I didn't argue. I didn't even know what to say. I simply followed him as he rushed toward the exit, the building growing colder and quieter with every step we took. and as I glanced over my shoulder one last time, I could feel the darkness pressing in from all sides, swallowing up the light, just like it had swallowed the figure in the reflection. There was no turning back. The feeling of unease settled deeper into the building with each passing hour. It wasn't just the strange noises or the flickering lights anymore. It was something far more subtle, creeping through the air, making every little detail feel off. The cold air that had blown through the office earlier was still present, lingering in pockets around the building, refusing to let go. I could feel it whenever I walked past certain hallways, as though something was following me. The temperature was erratic, as some rooms felt uncomfortably warm, while others were frigid, like the air itself was being manipulated by something unseen. The lights continued their erratic dance, flickering at intervals, creating shadows that stretched longer than they should. The deeper I went into the building, the more oppressive the silence became. The usual hum of air conditioning, the distant voices from other floors, all of it was gone. Now, there was just an eerie stillness, as though the building itself had fallen into a deep, unsettling sleep. Peter and I had been trying to go about our usual routine, but we couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Every small noise, every creak of the floorboards felt loaded with meaning. It was as though the building itself was trying to tell us something, but we couldn't quite decipher it. The first sign came around midnight. We were sitting in the break room, not speaking much, both of us lost in our thoughts. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered again, casting a sickly yellow glow over the dimly lit room. Suddenly, the vending machine across the room came to life. Its screen blinked once, twice, then began cycling through different snack options. But the machine wasn't dispensing anything. It was as if it was trying to get our attention. I watched in silence, a creeping sense of dread clawing at my chest. "You see that, right?" I asked Peter, my voice barely a whisper. He didn't look at me, his gaze fixed on the machine. His face was pale, and he had that distant look again, the one that made it clear he wasn't entirely here. His eyes were wide, and he was trembling, not from the cold, but from something deeper. He nodded though, his lips forming a thin line as he finally spoke. It's like it's trying to communicate with us." I couldn't help but feel the weight of his words. There was something wrong with this building, something I couldn't explain. I rose from my seat, my legs stiff and reluctant. As I stepped closer to the vending machine, I felt an unnatural chill in the air, much colder than before. My breath came out in visible puffs, even though I was inside. The machine screen flashed one last time, then went dark. The silence in the room became overwhelming, so much so that I could hear the pounding of my own heart. Suddenly, the lights flickered once more, but this time they didn't return to normal. Instead, they began to dim slowly, as if they were being drained of energy. I reached out to touch the vending machine, only for it to suddenly jolt to life again, the screen flashing violently with random numbers and letters. The air around me felt electric, as if the whole building was pulsing with an energy I couldn't understand. I backed away quickly, my heart racing. "What the hell is going on?" I muttered, but Peter wasn't there to hear me. He had already left the break room, moving as fast as he could without looking back. I followed him, my mind spinning. The hallways were dark and empty, but something about them felt different now. The walls seemed to close in around me, and I noticed the silence was so thick it almost seemed suffocating. Every step I took was amplified in the stillness, my shoes clicking against the floor like a drumbeat. My breath was shallow as I walked, unease crawling up my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in the building anymore. It was as though I was being watched, though I couldn't see anyone, couldn't hear anyone else. We made our way back to the floor we had been working on, our footsteps echoing eerily in the vast emptiness of the corridor. I looked over at Peter, who was now visibly shaking. He was clutching the edge of the wall like it was the only thing keeping him grounded. His eyes were wild, darting to every corner of the hallway, scanning for something I couldn't see. "What is it?" I asked, my voice filled with concern. "Peter, what's happening?" He didn't answer right away, and when he did, his words were barely a whisper. "It's in the walls," he said, his voice tight with fear. "Whatever this is, it's in the walls." I didn't know what he meant. I wasn't sure if he was referring to the strange events or something else entirely. But before I could ask, I heard something. A faint scratching sound coming from the wall behind us. It was slow, deliberate, like claws dragging against the surface. The sound grew louder, closer, until I couldn't ignore it any longer. I turned around sharply, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there. The wall was bare, unmarked, just the usual dull gray of the building's interior. But the noise didn't stop. It grew more intense, as though something was moving, scraping its way through the walls, getting closer and closer to where we stood. Peter's breathing quickened, and he grabbed my arm, his grip tightening with every passing second. "We need to leave. Now," he hissed, but I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, my mind racing for a logical explanation. There had to be one. But none came. The sound stopped as suddenly as it had started, leaving behind only the eerie silence. We stood there for a moment, the tension between us thick and suffocating. Then, out of nowhere, the building's intercom system crackled to life. The speaker emitted a low hum, followed by a voice. A voice that wasn't familiar. "Leave now," the voice said, its tone flat, mechanical. "You're not safe here. Leave now." The words sent a chill down my spine. The voice was distant, echoing through the empty hallways. I felt my heart rate spike, the hairs on my neck standing on end. My hands were clammy, my legs unsteady, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being herded, pushed towards something we weren't supposed to understand. Peter and I exchanged a look, both of us silently asking the same question: what now? It was clear we weren't safe, that much was certain, but what the hell was going on? Who was in control of this place, and why were they telling us to leave? We needed answers, but I wasn't sure I wanted to find them. Whatever was happening here, it was beyond anything I could make sense of. But there was no turning back now. We had to find out, or risk being trapped forever in this dark, twisted place. I grabbed Peter's arm, pulling him toward the stairwell. We had to leave the floor, had to find out if anyone else was still in the building, or if it was already too late. As we moved through the corridors, the lights above us flickered once again, casting long, unsettling shadows that seemed to follow our every move. The deeper we went into the building, the more oppressive the air became. Something was here with us, and it wasn't going to let us go without a fight. The building had grown impossibly silent in the moments following the warning over the intercom. Each step we took felt heavier, laden with the palpable weight of dread that clung to the air. I felt as though the walls themselves were pressing in on us, squeezing the breath from my lungs with every passing second. The strange hum that had started up again beneath the silence made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It wasn't just the fear now, it was something darker, something far more sinister creeping through the cracks of the building's foundation. Peter and I reached the stairwell door, but something was wrong. The door was sealed shut, the metal handle cold and unyielding under my grip. The door should have opened easily, but it didn't. The hairs on my arms stood on end as I tugged harder, frustration flooding my chest. "It's stuck. Why is it stuck?" I muttered, pulling with all my strength, but the door refused to budge. Peter was still breathing heavily, his face pale, his wide eyes darting around the hallway. "There's something wrong with this place, man," he said through clenched teeth, his voice thick with panic. His eyes were fixed on the end of the corridor, as if he could see something I couldn't. His gaze flickered from the door to the ceiling, then back down the hall, every sound, every creak making him jump. "We need to get out now. This isn't normal. This place. It's not just a building." I turned to him, trying to steady my breath. I knew he was right, but I couldn't shake a feeling that something much worse was waiting for us. We had to keep moving. There was no going back now. But the feeling of being watched was overwhelming, and I couldn't ignore it. The dark corners of the hallway seemed to loom larger with each step we took, and every shadow felt more real than before. It wasn't just the structure anymore. It was the air, the darkness. Everything around us seemed to have a presence of its own. Then, without warning, the intercom system crackled again. This time, there was no mechanical voice. The voice was unmistakably human. It was soft and distorted, as if the speaker was fighting to be heard, a faint whisper threading its way through the speakers. "Don't trust the walls." The words hit us like a slap in the face, the chill that ran down my spine icy and immediate. I exchanged a quick glance with Peter, his face etched with terror. Neither of us had time to say anything before the power went out, plunging us into darkness. The emergency lights flickered on, casting long, faint shadows across the hallway. In the eerie glow, I saw the outline of something I couldn't quite identify moving along the walls. I gasped, stepping back in horror. There was something crawling inside the walls, something that we couldn't see, but we could certainly feel. The scratching sound from earlier returned, but this time it wasn't a faint echo. It was close, so close I could almost hear it in my bones. My skin prickled as I heard the low, rattling noise of something slithering just beyond the drywall. Peter grabbed my arm, his voice frantic. "We need to go. Now." His fingers were tight, his grip almost painful. But there was no escape through the stairwell. We couldn't just turn around and leave the way we came. The building was alive in a way I hadn't realized until that moment. The walls weren't just walls. They were hiding something. The movement was purposeful, methodical. The walls were shifting, reshaping themselves, and I had no idea why or how. I looked down the corridor. The exit was still too far away. We needed to make a decision, and we needed to make it fast. Peter started backing away toward the nearest office, his movements frantic, and I followed, though I could feel the uncertainty tightening my chest. There was no clear escape anymore. The hallways were no longer safe. I couldn't shake the thought that whatever was in the walls had somehow gotten into us. We ducked into an office, a small, unassuming room at the end of the hallway. As the door slammed behind us, I took a moment to collect myself, trying to calm the chaotic rush of my thoughts. But I couldn't. There was no hiding from the truth. Something had been living in the building for a long time, something that wasn't human. I had no doubt in my mind about that anymore. Peter was pacing in front of the small window that overlooked the street. His breathing was rapid, each exhale a sharp, panicked gasp. His eyes were wild, flicking from the door to the window, searching for anything that could explain the horror we were witnessing. The walls were still shifting, silent but constant. The air around us seemed to tremble with some unseen force, vibrating with energy that was beyond my comprehension. I could feel the dread growing, the pulse of something alive in the walls. The scratching had grown louder, more insistent. But this time, it wasn't just in the walls. It was coming from beneath the floorboards. Without thinking, I dropped to my knees, pressing my ear to the floor. I could hear it, a faint thud, the sound of something moving, heavy and deliberate, scraping its way through the old foundation. It was as though the building itself was alive, feeding off whatever was hiding within. The walls and floor weren't barriers. They were the conduit, the means through which something far darker was crawling its way into our world. Peter's voice broke through my thoughts. "It's in the building. It's been here all along." I couldn't answer him. The words didn't seem to matter anymore. I could feel it, feel the presence growing, encircling us. It was closing in, and we were running out of time. The air grew thick with a suffocating, damp heat, making it harder to breathe. The room seemed to shrink, the walls pressing in from all sides. I struggled to maintain my focus, my mind racing for a way out, but it was hopeless. I could feel the presence of whatever had been waiting in the shadows drawing nearer, its power over us growing stronger with every passing moment. Peter was now at the window, his hands pressed flat against the glass, his face contorted in terror. "There's nothing out there. It's all gone. It's all gone." I looked out the window, hoping for some shred of normalcy, but the street below was empty. Not a soul in sight. The world outside the building felt far away, distant, as though it had been wiped clean from existence. A heavy, oppressive fog rolled in from the distance, swallowing everything in its path. The city, once full of life, now felt like a forgotten dream, a hollow shell of its former self. Before I could turn back, the scratching intensified, now echoing through every corner of the building. The walls trembled violently, and I could feel the vibration under my feet. The room seemed to tilt, shifting as though the building itself were preparing to collapse inward. The air crackled with an energy that felt too unnatural to ignore. Then, with one final deafening crack, the wall beside us exploded outward, splintering in a burst of dust and debris. The dark, writhing form that emerged from the rubble was impossible to describe, a mass of shadow, shifting and twisting, a grotesque amalgamation of darkness and something that wasn't human. It was the embodiment of the building itself, the thing that had been waiting in the walls, in the silence, in the shadows. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My chest tightened, my heart beating in a frantic rhythm that drowned out all other sounds. The creature, if it could even be called that, was drawing closer, its presence like a suffocating fog wrapping around me, choking me of every thought, every breath. Peter let out a scream, but the sound was lost in the whirlwind of terror that had consumed us. The creature's grotesque form loomed closer, its tendrils of darkness wrapping around the walls as it moved toward us. It wasn't just a presence. It was a force that carried an unbearable weight of history, of something far older than the building itself. My mind raced as I fought to process what was happening, but there was no time. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to escape, but where would we go? The hallway was blocked, the stairwells impassable, the windows too high to reach. We were trapped, cornered by something that shouldn't exist. Something that had been lurking in the building's very foundation. Peter was the first to move, his legs propelling him toward the shattered window, but he didn't make it far. The creature's presence was everywhere now, clawing at the edges of our senses, closing in from every direction. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the heat from the creature's movements was overwhelming. It felt like the walls were bending, the very air shifting with each pulsating beat of its dark, unnatural heart. "No!" I shouted, grabbing Peter by the arm just as he reached the window. "We can't get out that way." But his eyes, wild with terror, locked onto mine, and I saw a look of pure desperation there. "We have to go. We can't stay here." I could see the fear in his eyes, the raw panic that had taken over. He wasn't thinking straight. We both knew that escaping through the window wasn't an option. It was nothing more than an illusion of safety in the face of a terror that had no rules, no boundaries. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't confined by the structure of the building. It had broken free, and we had no idea what it wanted, what it would do to us once it had us in its grasp. The creature's shadow stretched across the room, its shape twisting and contorting as it approached us. It was no longer just a mass of darkness. It was alive, breathing, moving, and with every movement, it seemed to grow stronger, more powerful. I could feel its presence in every corner of the room, in the very air I breathed. My heart hammered in my chest, and I realized, with a sickening clarity, that we couldn't outrun it. We couldn't hide from it. We had to face it. A cold, bitter truth washed over me, and I knew what had to be done. I wasn't sure if it was the right decision, but it was the only one that made sense in the madness of the moment. If we didn't try to confront the creature now, it would consume us. Slowly, methodically, it would tear apart everything in its path. The building, the city, the world. There would be nothing left. "Peter," I said, my voice low and steady, despite the chaos around us. "We have to fight back. We can't let it win." He looked at me, his face pale, eyes wide with disbelief. "Fight back? How the hell are we supposed to fight that?" His voice trembled with fear, and I couldn't blame him. What could we do? What could we possibly do against something like that? But I couldn't back down now. I had to find a way to stop it, to end this nightmare before it spread any further. I scanned the room frantically, my eyes darting from one corner to the next. The office was small, with little in the way of tools or weapons. The desk was overturned, papers scattered across the floor. and the faint glow of the emergency lights cast long, eerie shadows. But then something caught my eye. The fire extinguisher on the wall. It wasn't much, but it was something. I rushed over to it, grabbing the cold metal handle and pulling it free from its mount. The pressure of the moment made my hands shake, but I steadied myself, forcing my breath to slow. I could feel the heat of the creature's presence intensifying, its sinister hum filling the air, but I focused all my energy on the task at hand. Peter was still frozen, his eyes locked on the dark shape that was now circling us. "What are you going to do with that?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I don't know," I said honestly, "but it's the only thing we've got." I didn't wait for a response. There was no time. I aimed the fire extinguisher at the mass of shadow that hovered in front of us, the only thing standing between us and whatever unspeakable fate awaited us. I pulled the trigger. A blast of foam erupted from the nozzle, and for a moment I thought nothing had happened. The foam dissipated into the air, swirling around the room like a cloud, and the creature didn't retreat. It didn't flinch. If anything, it seemed to grow more intense, more malevolent. I realized with horror that the fire extinguisher was useless. The creature wasn't bound by the same laws that governed us. The temperature in the room had skyrocketed, and I could feel my skin burning, my lungs struggling to fill with air. The shadows closed in, filling the room entirely, until it felt like there was no room to move, no space to breathe. But then, in that moment of suffocating darkness, something unexpected happened. The creature recoiled. For the briefest of moments, the shadows withdrew, pulling back from the center of the room like a retreating tide. I didn't know why or how it happened, but it gave us a chance to escape, a chance to survive. Without hesitation, I grabbed Peter's arm, yanking him toward the door. We didn't stop to look behind us. We didn't stop for anything. The hallway was just as dark as it had been before, the eerie hum still vibrating through the walls. But we ran no plan, no clear direction, just the instinct to get away. We sprinted down the hallway, our footsteps echoing through the empty building. I could feel my chest tightening, the panic threatening to overwhelm me, but I pushed it back, focusing only on getting us out. As we reached the main lobby, we saw the exit doors. They were still closed, but they weren't locked. Without thinking, we barreled through them, stumbling out into the night. The cool air hit us like a slap in the face, a welcome relief from the suffocating heat of the building. We didn't stop running until we were far from the building, our breath coming in ragged gasps, our bodies shaking from the adrenaline and fear. We collapsed onto the sidewalk, unable to speak, unable to move. Our world had been turned upside down in a matter of hours, and we didn't know what to do with the knowledge that we had just escaped something that shouldn't have existed. We couldn't explain what happened, not to anyone. The building was still standing, still there, but it felt like a hollow shell, like something had been taken from it, from all of us. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever we'd faced hadn't been defeated. It had just been pushed back, shoved into the depths of the building, waiting for the next chance to break free. Peter and I never spoke of it again, but the memory of that night, of the creature, of the building, of the terror we'd faced never left us. We moved on, tried to forget, but there were moments when I'd wake up in the dead of night, feeling the walls close in around me again, hearing the faintest hum in the distance, and I'd know, deep down, that it was still out there, somewhere, waiting. The days after that night felt like they had been lifted from a dream, distorted, surreal, and untrustworthy. I tried to go back to my normal life, tried to forget what had happened, but there were moments when I'd catch myself staring at the empty spaces in my apartment, wondering if the walls were closing in again. The faintest hum seemed to echo through my mind, and I would freeze, waiting for something, anything, to happen. But nothing came. I couldn't help it. The experience haunted me, creeping into the corners of my thoughts. Peter and I never spoke about it again, not directly anyway. We'd share glances, knowing looks, but there was a tacit understanding between us. The less said, the better. The less acknowledged, the less real it seemed. We didn't want to remember, didn't want to face it again. But no matter how hard we tried to bury it, the weight of that night lingered. For months, I avoided that building. I never went near it again, and I know Peter didn't either. We both knew deep down that we had been lucky to get out, to escape whatever it was that had been hiding in the shadows of that place. We had no answers, no closure, and no reason to believe that the thing we had faced was anything but a manifestation of our worst fears. But there was a nagging feeling and unsettling certainty that it was more than just our imagination, more than some trick of the mind. I tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare, a shared hallucination brought on by stress, exhaustion, and fear. Maybe the building was just old, filled with creaks and groans that set our nerves on edge. Maybe the noises, the temperature changes, the shadows were all just products of our heightened senses. It made sense to tell myself that, to find logic in the chaos. But even in my most convincing moments, when I would rationalize everything away, a part of me knew better. I'd catch myself glancing over my shoulder when walking alone at night, or shuddering at the creak of floorboards. It wasn't the same fear that had gripped me during the events in the building. It was different now. It was a quiet, insidious terror that gnawed at the edges of my mind, just enough to make me question the world around me. Just enough to remind me that whatever had happened, whatever we had seen, wasn't entirely finished. Months turned into years, but the experience never faded completely. Peter moved to a different city soon after, taking a job offer that required him to leave. We exchanged a few messages, but the subject of that night never came up. I knew deep down that we were both relieved by the distance. The less we talked about it, the less it felt real. But that didn't stop me from returning to the building. It was a decision I didn't make lightly. In fact, I had spent years avoiding it, pretending it didn't exist. But one evening, on a quiet night when the air was crisp and still, I found myself standing in front of that building again. It had changed since that night. It looked older, more decrepit, its windows shattered and boarded up, a silent monument to what had happened. I stood there, staring at the facade for what felt like an eternity, unable to tear my eyes away. Something had drawn me back. I walked up to the entrance, half expecting the doors to open on their own, to reveal whatever had waited there all those years. But they were locked, of course. The building was abandoned, now no longer a place of business, but a forgotten relic. I stood there for a while, just listening to the silence. But the silence was broken by something I hadn't expected. A sound. It was faint at first, just a low hum that seemed to vibrate through the concrete beneath my feet. I paused, my breath catching in my throat. It was the same sound, the same unsettling hum that had filled the air that night. The sound that I had tried so hard to ignore. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my heart pounding in my chest as the hum grew louder. I wasn't sure if it was real or if my mind was playing tricks on me, but in that moment, I realized something. The thing we had encountered in the building hadn't gone away. It hadn't been defeated. It had merely been waiting for someone or something to return. I backed away slowly, my mind racing, my body frozen in place. I couldn't bring myself to turn and run, not just yet. I had to face this. I had to confront it. But then, just as quickly as the sound had started, it stopped. The air grew still, and the building stood silent once more. My heart hammered in my chest, and I wondered if I had imagined the whole thing. If I had come here seeking closure, seeking answers, I wasn't sure I had found them. But the one thing I knew for certain was that the building had changed. Whatever it had been before, it was no longer just a structure. It was something else now, something older, something darker. And though I couldn't say for certain whether the creature was still there, still lurking in the shadows, I had a feeling that it would never truly be gone. I left the building that night, and I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The knowledge was enough to settle in my mind, heavy and undeniable. It wasn't just the place that had changed, it was me too. The final thought that lingered in my mind as I walked away was this. Some things aren't meant to be understood. Some things are just waiting waiting for the right moment to break free. And once they do, there's no going back. And as much as I wish I could tell you that the creature was defeated, that the building was finally at peace, the truth is far more unsettling. Because sometimes it's not about defeating what's out there, it's about surviving the knowledge that it's always waiting. Always. And I'd survive. Just barely. But for how much longer? That's a question I couldn't answer. And neither could anyone else. It was just another ordinary evening, a Tuesday to be specific, when I received my usual route for the night. My name's Ben, and I've been working as a delivery driver for years now. My job might not sound particularly thrilling to some, but it's all I've known, and it's routine. A sense of comfort lies in the predictability of my work, especially in a small town like Pine Hollow. Pine Hollow is the type of place you could blink and miss. Nestled somewhere between rolling hills and dense woods, it's the kind of town where everyone knows everyone, or at least they know of you. The town had always felt safe, isolated, yes, but in a peaceful, almost nostalgic way. I had done this route countless times, and it had become second nature to me. Every stop was a routine, and I had grown familiar with the winding roads that led to each customer's doorstep. I remember the day like it was yesterday. The truck was loaded with packages, all addressed to the same small town, and I had my cup of coffee in hand as I set off to make my deliveries. My job wasn't anything special, just a means to an end, but it paid the bills, and I had a quiet appreciation for the solitude that the job provided. I've made these runs countless times, but there was always something that made Pine Hollow stand out: its stillness. It wasn't just the lack of people. It was the air itself, the kind of air that feels thick with the silence of something unsaid. I used to chalk it up to the rural isolation, but as time went on, I started to feel that there was more to it. Maybe it was just the nature of the town, its old buildings, its winding streets, and the dense forest that seemed to close in around it. Some might say it was just my imagination, but after a while, the sense of being watched became hard to ignore. Most of the houses in Pine Hollow were either small, old cottages or larger estates that had seen better days. The town hadn't really seen any significant change in decades, and while it had its charm, there was something oddly preserved about it, like it had frozen in time. Some of the elderly residents claimed that the town had a history of odd occurrences, but that kind of talk didn't seem to bother me much at first. After all, there were always old stories, right? I never considered myself the superstitious type. I was practical. I believed in getting the job done and moving on. I'd park the truck, drop off the package, and move to the next stop without much thought beyond what needed to be done. But there were always the oddities about the town's shadows in the corners of your eyes, figures that didn't seem to belong. And then there were the people, or rather, the lack of people. The town was quiet to the point of eerie, but I'd always just tell myself that it was part of the rural charm. I wasn't in a rush to interact with anyone either. I just made my deliveries and kept to myself. That night, I was headed out again, just like any other. The truck hummed steadily as I navigated the winding roads through the woods that flanked Pine Hollow. The moon was full, casting a silver glow over the landscape, and the air felt unusually crisp. I always enjoyed the night air, especially on those quiet, dark roads, but tonight something felt different. It wasn't a gut feeling exactly, just a lingering sense that something was off. It was almost as if the trees themselves were watching me. I remember the first stop clearly. It was at the old Smith estate, a large house that sat near the edge of the town, almost at the boundary of the woods. I'd been there 100 times, always greeted by the creaky front door and the fading porch light. But this time, the light flickered, not in a natural way, but in a strange, almost deliberate rhythm, as if someone was trying to get my attention. I hesitated for a moment, but then brushed it off. It was probably nothing, just the old wiring. I climbed out of the truck and walked up the weathered path to the front door, the sound of my boots crunching against the gravel the only noise I could hear. The door creaked open before I could even knock. An elderly man stood there, hunched over, His eyes narrowed like he had been expecting me. He didn't greet me with a smile or even a hello. Instead, he just nodded and stepped aside, letting me enter. Something about his demeanor felt strange, but I didn't let it bother me. He was probably just another eccentric, like most of the folks in Pine Hollow. I handed him the package, and as I did, he said something I couldn't quite catch. It was something about watching the roads and be careful out there tonight. I wasn't sure what he meant, but I smiled politely and nodded, not wanting to make a fuss. I turned to leave, but as I stepped back onto the porch, I glanced over my shoulder. The man hadn't closed the door. He was standing there, watching me, his expression unreadable. It wasn't until I was halfway back to the truck that I realized I hadn't heard him shut the door. But by the time I looked back, the door was closed, and I shrugged it off as another oddity in a town full of them. Little did I know that this would be the first of many strange encounters that night. Something was changing, and the once quiet roads I drove were no longer as peaceful as they seemed. Pine Hollow was beginning to show me a side I hadn't seen before, and it wasn't long before I realized I was no longer just delivering packages. I was delivering myself into a nightmare. After leaving the Smith estate, I continued down the familiar, winding road toward my next stop. The truck's headlights pierced the darkness ahead, the beam of light dancing across the shadows of towering trees that seemed to close in tighter with each passing mile. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. It wasn't like I was scared, but something felt off. Maybe it was just the isolation of the town, or maybe the strange encounter with the old man had put me on edge. Whatever it was, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. As I neared my next destination, a small cottage on the edge of Pine Hollow, the air seemed to grow heavier, more oppressive. The house looked the same as always old, with peeling paint and a sagging porch, but tonight it looked different. Maybe it was just the shadows, or maybe it was the way the wind howled through the trees, but something about it felt unnervingly. Still, I parked the truck in front of the cottage, the engine shutting off with a finality that left a strange quietness hanging in the air. I grabbed the package, mentally preparing for another routine drop-off. As I stepped out of the truck, I glanced around, half expecting to see someone watching me from one of the windows, but there was nothing. The streetlights were dim, casting long, distorted shadows across the yard, and the only sounds I could hear were the rustling of leaves and the faint hum of distant insects. The moment I walked up to the front door, I noticed something unusual. The porch light, usually a faint, flickering glow, was completely out. The house was shrouded in darkness, and for a brief moment, I hesitated. It was a small thing, but for some reason, it caught my attention. I pushed it aside though. It was just a light bulb, nothing more. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. I knocked again, this time harder, and still no response. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe the resident was out, or maybe they were just ignoring me, but there was a strange sense of urgency in the silence. I felt a knot form in my stomach, the kind of uneasy feeling that comes when you're aware of something just out of reach. I shifted the package in my hands, and before I could knock again, I heard the faint sound of footsteps coming from inside the house. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a man in his mid-30s, wearing a worn sweater and glasses that seemed a bit too large for his face. He looked tired, almost as if he hadn't slept in days, his eyes sunken and distant. There was something about him that felt off, not in an overtly threatening way, but in a way that made my skin crawl. His gaze lingered on me for a moment too long before he finally spoke. "Good evening," he said in a flat voice, almost too polite, as if it was a greeting he had rehearsed. "What can I help you with?" I handed him the package, trying not to show any sign of discomfort. "Delivery for Mr. Thompson," I said, trying to keep my tone neutral. He took the package from me without a word, then nodded and stepped back to close the door. As he did, he muttered something that I didn't quite catch. At first, I thought he had said, "Thank you," but then I heard a faint whisper of something else, something I couldn't quite make out. The air around me felt thick, and for a second, I was frozen. I didn't know why, but I felt as though I shouldn't leave just yet. I wanted to ask him if everything was okay, but the words wouldn't come. It was as if some invisible force was holding me in place. Then, just as quickly as it came, the feeling passed. I shook my head, chastising myself for being so jumpy. Maybe I was just tired, or maybe the eerie stillness of the town was getting to me. I turned to leave, walking back to my truck with quick steps. But as I reached the vehicle, I glanced back one last time at the house. The window by the door was slightly ajar, and I could swear I saw someone or something standing behind the curtains, watching me. It wasn't the man I had just spoken to. It was something else. A figure, blurry in the dim light, its features indistinct but unmistakable. It felt like the thing was staring right into my soul, its presence almost suffocating. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly jumped into the truck, locking the door behind me as if that would somehow protect me from whatever was out there. The drive to my next stop felt longer than usual, the silence in the truck almost deafening. I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself it was just my imagination. The town was quiet, sure, but that didn't mean anything. People around here kept to themselves, and sometimes the loneliness could play tricks on you. I knew I had a few more deliveries to make, so I pushed the thoughts from my mind and focused on the road. But then, the strange events began to pile up, one after the other. My next stop was a small, aging farmhouse just outside of town. I pulled into the driveway, the truck's headlights casting long, eerie shadows across the front yard. I had delivered here before, but tonight, everything seemed different. The house was dark, and there was an unusual chill in the air, the kind that makes your breath visible, even though it wasn't particularly cold outside. I stepped out of the truck, but before I could make it to the door, I heard something odd, an unmistakable sound of something scraping against metal. I froze in my tracks, my heart racing. The noise came from the back of the house. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should go check it out, but the sense of dread that washed over me made me second-guess myself. I had a job to do. I wasn't here to investigate strange sounds. So I went to the door, knocked firmly, and waited, and waited. This time, there was no response. I knocked again, louder, and still nothing. After a few moments, I turned and made my way back to the truck. That's when I noticed it there, by the edge of the driveway, was a figure standing in the shadows. It was too far for me to make out any details, but the silhouette was unmistakable. Someone or something was watching me from the darkness. My heart pounded in my chest as I quickly got back into the truck and drove off. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the image of that figure standing there, unmoving, just watching. By the time I reached the final stop for the night, the unease had completely overtaken me. The town felt heavier, as though something was pressing down on it, holding it in place. I wanted to leave, wanted to finish my route and get the hell out of there, but I knew I had to finish what I started. I parked the truck at the last house, a small cabin on the outskirts of Pine Hollow, and walked to the door. When I knocked, the door didn't creak open like it usually did. Instead, it opened with a sharp snap, the kind of sound that made my stomach churn. Inside, the house was pitch black, not a single light on. I called out, but no one answered. I stepped inside, my footsteps echoing in the silence. That's when I felt it. The unmistakable sensation that someone or something was standing just behind me. My skin prickled, and I spun around, my heart pounding. But the room was empty. I quickly placed the package on the kitchen counter and left, my pulse racing. The whole town, the whole night, felt suffocating. And as I climbed into the truck and drove off, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that I hadn't been alone for a long time. The road stretched ahead of me, but somehow it didn't feel like I was heading home anymore. It felt like I was heading into something darker, something that I couldn't see but could feel, something that had been watching me the entire time. The days that followed only deepened the unsettling feeling I couldn't shake. Each time I set out on my delivery route, The sense of being watched grew stronger. Pine Hollow was a town I knew well, having driven its streets countless times. But now it felt foreign to me, as though something had shifted in the air, something unseen yet palpable. It started with small things, things I could easily dismiss at first. A shadow flitting across the road when no one was around, the sudden chill that would sweep through the truck even with the heat blasting, and the strange, inexplicable sounds that seemed to come from the woods surrounding the town. There were nights when I'd hear tapping on my truck's windows, when I'd stop at the end of a long driveway. But each time I'd open the door, there was nothing there. Just the quiet. Too quiet. One afternoon, a few days after the incident at the Thompson house, I was driving down that same road, heading toward the farmhouses near the outskirts of town. The air was thick with humidity, the heat from the afternoon sun pressing down like a heavy blanket. I could hear the rhythmic hum of the engine, the occasional rustle of wind against the trees. But what I couldn't ignore was the strange sensation crawling down my spine. As I neared the old barn near the end of my route, I noticed a figure standing in the field just beyond the barn. At first, I thought it was just someone working, maybe another farmer going about his business. But as I got closer, I saw that it wasn't a person at all. It was more like a shape, a figure that didn't quite belong. Too still, too unmoving. I slowed the truck, my eyes locked on it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. But as quickly as it had appeared, the figure was gone, vanished into the field, as if it had never been there at all. I stopped the truck, heart pounding in my chest. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as the silence around me seemed to deepen. I should have driven off, just kept going. But something pulled at me, something that told me I needed to figure this out. I grabbed the package from the passenger seat and got out of the truck. The air was thick with tension, the world holding its breath. Every step I took toward the barn felt like it was echoing in the quiet, the sound too loud against the stillness. As I reached the barn's door, I hesitated, my hand hovering over the rusted handle. The door creaked open on its own, the sound so sharp it made me flinch. Inside, the barn was dim, the smell of hay and old wood clinging to the air. My eyes adjusted to the low light, scanning the interior. Nothing moved. No figures. No shadows. Yet the oppressive sense of being watched remained, heavier than before. I stepped further into the barn, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet, and that's when I saw its scratches, deep and jagged, etched into the wooden beams above me. They weren't old either. They were fresh. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. The marks were unlike anything I had ever seen, jagged and deep as though something had tried to claw its way out. My pulse quickened, and for a moment, I felt a distinct sensation that I was no longer alone in the barn. I wasn't sure what it was, some primal instinct or sheer paranoia, but I quickly backed out of the barn, slamming the door shut behind me. I couldn't ignore it anymore. Something was wrong in Pine Hollow. Something was hiding beneath the surface, something dark. The next few days were a blur of unease. Every stop I made felt heavier, like the air around me was thickening with something I couldn't quite place. One evening, while driving through the heart of the town, I noticed the streetlights flickering more than usual. It was strange because Pine Hollow wasn't the kind of place that had regular power outages. The lights weren't just flickering, they were stuttering in and out, casting long, eerie shadows along the road. I glanced at the clock, 2:03 a.m. I was the only one on the road, or so I thought. I slowed down near the old gas station, the one that had been closed for years. It looked abandoned, its windows dark and boarded up, but there, standing just outside the station's entrance, was a figure. At first, I thought it might be another person in need of help, but as I pulled closer, I realized that this figure wasn't right. It stood too still, too rigid. It was too dark against the flickering light. I stopped the truck, my hands tightening on the steering wheel. The figure didn't move. I felt my breath catch in my throat, the weight of the silence pressing down on me. There was no sound, not even the rustle of the wind. I watched, unable to tear my eyes away, until finally, the figure turned slowly. I couldn't make out its face, but its eyes, if they were even eyes, seemed to pierce through the darkness, locking onto me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Then, without warning, it stepped into the shadows, vanishing from sight. I didn't stick around to figure out what had just happened. I slammed the truck into gear and drove off, the sound of the engine roaring louder in my ears than the still night air. My hands trembled on the wheel, my heart hammering in my chest. This wasn't just a feeling anymore, it was real. Something was out there. Something that didn't belong. I tried to tell myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me, that it was just fatigue. But the more I thought about it, the more certain I became that there was something in this town. Something I wasn't meant to understand. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences continued to escalate. It wasn't just the shadows anymore, it was the feeling. The sensation that wherever I went, something was following me, lurking just out of sight. Each house I visited felt darker, more oppressive. The air grew thicker, heavier, as though something was closing in. I began to hear whispers, faint at first, but gradually growing louder. It started with the softest murmurs, so quiet I thought I was imagining them, but soon the whispers became clearer. They weren't words I could make out, but they sounded almost familiar, like voices I had heard before, like people I knew. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the wind or the rustling of leaves, but deep down I knew it was something else. Then one evening, as I made my rounds, I heard something else. A knock. It came from the back of my truck, loud and sharp. I stopped, my heart racing, and turned around, but there was no one there. No shadowy figures, no movement in the woods. Nothing but the oppressive silence that had become all too familiar. I checked the back of the truck, half expecting to find some kind of prank or someone messing with me. But nothing. No one was there. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting. That something was watching. At night, the dreams started. Vivid, disturbing dreams where I was walking through Pine Hollow, the streets empty, but for a shadowy figure that followed me. No matter how fast I ran, I couldn't escape it. The figure was always there, just behind me, growing closer with each passing moment. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, heart racing, only to find the room as still as ever. And the whispers, they continued. Only now, they were in my head. Faint, but persistent, like a voice from the past trying to get my attention. I couldn't escape it. I couldn't escape Pine Hollow. The lines between reality and nightmare began to blur. I started looking over my shoulder even when I wasn't driving, feeling the weight of unseen eyes on me. Each night, the darkness grew deeper and the whispers louder. Something was coming for me, and I didn't know how to stop it. I had to know what was happening. I had to uncover the truth. It was time to investigate. But where did I even begin? Pine Hollow was a small town, too small to have any real secrets, right? Or maybe it was precisely because it was small that the truth had been hidden so well, buried beneath layers of silence and decay. I needed to know what was happening. I had to find out what had been haunting me all along. I couldn't shake the feeling that the town itself was closing in on me, wrapping its unseen tendrils around my every step. It wasn't just the shadows anymore, or the strange figures that vanished before I could blink. This was something far worse. It was the slow realization that whatever haunted Pine Hollow had been lying in wait for me. And now it had found me. The town that once seemed so familiar to me now felt like a trap, and I was the prey. That evening, I had one last delivery to make. It was a late-night stop at the old Miller place, a farmhouse on the edge of Pine Hollow. The Millers had been gone for years, the house falling into disrepair, but it was one of those places I visited regularly, delivering packages meant for the new owners. Or at least, that's what I thought. As I approached the house, the oppressive silence that had been my constant companion over the last few days seemed to settle heavier than before. The lights from my truck illuminated the broken-down farmhouse, casting eerie shadows across the overgrown yard. It was quieter than usual, almost unnervingly so. Even the wind had stopped, leaving an unnatural stillness in the air. I slowed the truck and parked near the front door. My hands were shaking as I reached for the package, and I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder, feeling that sensation again, the one that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The feeling of being watched. I told myself it was nothing, just paranoia. I had to finish my work, just deliver the package and go. But as I stepped out of the truck, the night grew colder, the silence stretching too long. I looked around again, my senses on high alert. The house loomed like a dark silhouette against the sky, its broken windows like vacant eyes staring back at me. I began walking toward the porch when, from the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow darting across the yard, moving far too quickly for any human. My heart skipped a beat. The shadow disappeared as fast as it had appeared, vanishing into the dark trees that surrounded the property. I stood frozen, the package still clutched in my hands. Something wasn't right. I told myself to move, to get to the door, to finish the delivery and leave. But the feeling of dread only intensified. It was like a heavy presence was gathering around me, suffocating me with its weight. The whispers, those faint, maddening whispers that had been in my head for days, grew louder, more insistent. I could feel them closing in, wrapping around my mind, until I could hardly hear anything else. Then the door creaked open, slowly, creaking as though it had been years since anyone had dared step foot inside. I froze, the package still in my hands, my breath catching in my throat. My heart raced as the door opened wider, revealing nothing but an empty, darkened hallway inside. It was like a void, swallowing any light that dared to approach. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, a figure, or maybe just my mind playing tricks on me. But no, there it was again. A shadow this time, unmistakably human, standing in the doorway. My body refused to move. My feet felt glued to the ground, my breath caught in my chest. The figure remained in the doorway, its face obscured by the darkness. And then, in a voice that was barely a whisper, it spoke. "You're not supposed to be here." The words sent a cold chill through my veins, freezing me in place. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. The whispers from my head had stopped, replaced by a voice I could feel deep in my bones. It wasn't just the words that terrified me, it was the feeling that came with them. A suffocating sense of wrongness that seemed to radiate from the figure in the doorway. Then the door swung open fully, and I saw it. It wasn't human. It couldn't be. The figure before me was tall, impossibly tall, its limbs unnaturally elongated. The edges of its body seemed to distort in the dim light, as if it was something not quite solid, something that was neither here nor there. Its eyes, when they finally locked onto mine, were hollow pits, dark and empty, like black holes that could swallow everything around them. I stumbled back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The whispers in my head returned, now louder, more insistent, as though they were trying to drown out everything else. My mind screamed at me to run, to get away from the nightmare that stood before me, but my body wouldn't obey. I was frozen, trapped in a paralyzing fear. The figure stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate. With each step it took, the air around me grew colder, heavier. My skin prickled, and the ground beneath me seemed to shift, the earth no longer solid, but instead squishy, like something alive. I dropped the package in my hands, the sound of it hitting the ground echoing through the still night. My heart raced as I tried to take a step back, but the figure was already closer, its presence overwhelming. It was so close now that I could feel the weight of it pressing against my chest. I could barely breathe. My pulse thundered in my ears. The whispers in my head reached a fever pitch, their voices now clear and distinct. "Leave. Leave now. It's coming for you." I couldn't tell if the voice was my own mind warning me or the figure speaking directly to me. I couldn't tell what was real anymore. The figure raised one long, gnarled hand toward me, its fingers like twisted branches reaching for my throat. As it did, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread flood my body. something primal that made every fiber of my being scream in terror. It was coming for me, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. In that moment, I was flooded with a single thought. I was going to die here. This wasn't a nightmare. This wasn't just some figment of my imagination. This was real, and whatever was standing before me, whatever had been haunting Pine Hollow, was not going to let me leave. The figure's fingers brushed against my skin, cold as ice. The contact was enough to send a shock of terror through me. I gasped, a primal scream rising in my throat, but before I could let it out, the ground beneath me shifted again, and the darkness around me deepened. It wasn't just the night anymore. It was something else, something ancient, something that had been waiting for me. I didn't know how I managed to tear myself away. My body was shaking uncontrollably, my mind struggling to process the horrors unfolding before me. But somehow, I turned and ran. I ran as fast as I could, my legs carrying me in desperate bursts toward the truck. I could feel the air around me growing thicker, colder, as though the very atmosphere was fighting against me, trying to hold me back. The whispers followed me, their voices a constant, maddening presence in my mind. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I reached the truck, throwing open the door and slamming it shut behind me. My hands were shaking as I started the engine, and I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I drove, my heart racing, my mind still reeling from the encounter. My hands trembled on the wheel as I sped down the road, the headlights cutting through the darkness like a weak, flickering beacon. I couldn't explain what had happened, what I had seen. I didn't want to. But I knew one thing for sure. Pine Hollow wasn't just haunted, it was alive. And whatever had been waiting for me, whatever had found me in that barn, was still out there. And I wasn't sure I would ever be safe again. The next morning felt like I was waking from a nightmare. But it wasn't a nightmare. It was real, and the terror that clung to me was something I couldn't shake off, no matter how hard I tried. The weight of what I had experienced still hung over me like a dark cloud. My hands shook as I poured myself a cup of coffee, the warmth doing little to quell the cold that had settled deep in my bones. I sat there, staring at the mug in my hands, the events from the previous night playing over and over in my mind. I tried to make sense of it, but the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. The figure in the doorway, the whispers, the unnatural feeling of being suffocated by the very air around me, it all felt like something out of a twisted horror story, but it was real. I thought about going back to the house to face whatever had been haunting Pine Hollow. I had to know what it wanted, why it had targeted me. But then I remembered the way the figure had looked at me, how it seemed to know I was there before I even reached the house. That feeling of being watched, followed. It was as though it had been waiting for me. I couldn't go back. I couldn't face it again. Instead, I did what I thought was the only rational thing. I packed my bags and left. I called the delivery service and told them I was taking an extended leave. I couldn't explain why, not fully. I couldn't tell them that I was running from something I couldn't understand, something that had followed me all the way to Pine Hollow. I just said I needed a break. Leaving Pine Hollow was harder than I thought it would be. As I drove through the streets, past the houses I had delivered to so many times, I couldn't shake the feeling that the town was watching me. It was as though the very buildings themselves were alive, waiting for me to slip up, to come back so they could finish what they started. I drove for hours, not looking back. I didn't stop for food or gas until I reached a town far enough from Pine Hollow that I felt safe. But even then, the unease never left me. I could still hear the whispers in the back of my mind, faint but constant, like a hum I couldn't get rid of. I tried to shake it off, but no matter where I went, no matter how far I drove, I couldn't escape the feeling that something was following me. Something that was no longer confined to Pine Hollow. A few weeks passed, and I thought maybe, just maybe, I had escaped. I returned to my old life, tried to resume my normal routine, but the nightmares began. At first, it was just fleeting images, flashes of the figure in the doorway, its hollow eyes staring back at me. But then the dreams grew more vivid, more real. In them, I was always standing at the edge of Pine Hollow, watching the figure move through the shadows. And no matter how fast I ran, it always found me, always caught up. I went to a therapist. I had to. I couldn't go on living like this. But even in the safe, sterile confines of the office, the fear gnawed at me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it. The darkness that had consumed Pine Hollow seemed to be seeping into my life, and I couldn't stop it. The therapist was helpful at first, but I didn't feel like I was making progress. It was as though the answers weren't something I could find in a session. The figure, the whispers, the way the town itself felt alive, there was something more to it, something ancient and impossible to explain. But no one else seemed to understand. I could see it in their eyes when I tried to talk about it. They thought I was losing my mind. I did a bit of research into the history of Pine Hollow. There were stories, old stories, about strange happenings in the town, about people who had vanished without a trace, about things that lurked in the dark corners of the woods. But no one talked about it openly. It was as if the town had a collective pact of silence, a mutual understanding that no one questioned the darkness. They just lived with it. And as much as I wanted answers, I knew that some things were better left alone. Some things weren't meant to be uncovered. I tried to move on. I tried to pretend that Pine Hollow was a chapter I had closed in my life. But the truth is, that place never left me. Not really. I couldn't escape it. It had gotten inside me, woven itself into my thoughts, into my very being. A year passed before I received a call that would change everything. It was from an old coworker, someone I hadn't spoken to in months. He told me that he had been sent on a delivery to Pine Hollow, one of the last packages I was supposed to drop off before I left. The same farmhouse. The Miller's house. When he arrived, he said something strange happened. The house was different, more decayed than before, like it had been abandoned for far longer than just a year. But when he stepped inside, he found something that made his blood run cold. He found my package. The one I had dropped off that night. The one I had left on the porch, just before I ran. It was still there, on the doorstep, unopened. He said he felt something watching him. He said he heard the whispers. And then, before he could leave, something grabbed him. He didn't say what, only that it was like being pulled into the shadows, like something was trying to drag him into the house. He didn't stick around to find out what it was. He left as quickly as he could, and he swore he would never go back. That was the last time I heard from him. He stopped returning my calls. I heard later that he quit his job and moved far away from Pine Hollow. But I knew the truth. Whatever was in that town had found a way to get to him, just as it had gotten to me. But the whispers still follow me. At night, when I'm alone, I can hear them faintly in the back of my mind, calling to me, beckoning me back to Pine Hollow. And part of me wonders, what if I never really escape? What if the thing that hunted me hasn't let go? I don't have answers. I don't think I'll ever have answers. Some things are just too dark to understand, too terrifying to face. And some towns are better left in the past. For now, all I can do is live with the fear that one day it will find me again. And when it does, I won't be able to run anymore. As time goes on, I've learned to live with the unsettling truth that some things are beyond explanation. I've tried to convince myself that the events in Pine Hollow were just the product of my own fear, of my mind playing tricks on me. But deep down, I know the truth. There are forces in this world that we can't fully understand, things that exist outside the bounds of reason. And Pine Hollow, its shadows, its whispers, its unshakable presence is one of those forces. I've returned to a semblance of normality, or at least I tell myself I have. I've settled into a new routine, a new life. But the fear is always there, lingering just beneath the surface. It doesn't matter how many years pass, how far away I get from that place. The memories never fade completely. The fear that once gripped my heart remains a constant companion, quiet but always there. a reminder of what I endured. Sometimes I find myself waking in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, the sound of whispers ringing in my ears. And no matter how hard I try, I can't escape the feeling that something is watching me. Something that's still out there, waiting. I've done my best to put Pine Hollow behind me, but I've come to realize that the darkness I encountered there isn't something that can be left behind. It's not a place that fades from memory, no matter how hard I try to forget. There's a part of me that will always be tied to it, a part that will forever carry the weight of what happened. I often wonder if others have experienced what I did, if the townspeople know what lurks in the dark corners of their community, if they feel the same fear I did when they step into the night. But no one talks about it. No one acknowledges the truth that lies hidden in the woods, in the silence. Pine Hollow is a place that exists just outside of normal, just beyond the realm of understanding. I've tried to reach out to others, to ask if anyone has felt the same presence, the same strange pull that I did, but no one ever answers. There are only rumors, whispers of others who have gone into the town and never come back. And the thing that haunts me the most is the realization that Pine Hollow is like a parasite, burrowing its way into your soul until it's too late to escape. I don't know if the town is cursed, or if it's just a manifestation of something darker, something ancient that feeds off fear. What I do know is that whatever it is, it doesn't let go easily. Once you've been touched by it, once you felt its cold fingers on your skin, you're forever changed. As for me, I've made peace with the fact that there's no escaping the fear. I live with it, try to ignore it as best as I can. But there are nights, quiet nights, when the air feels too still that I can't help but remember. I can't help but think of the figure in the doorway, the hollow eyes that seemed to see right through me, the feeling that I was never truly alone. I've learned to live with the fact that some things can never be fully explained. And maybe that's the scariest part of all, that there are mysteries in this world that we will never understand, things that remain hidden from our sight, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. I'll never go back to Pine Hollow. I know that. But there's a part of me that feels like I never really left. The fear, the whispers, the suffocating presence, those things have a way of following you, of haunting you long after you've walked away. And maybe, just maybe, that's what it was all about in the end, the realization that once you encounter something like that, once you step into that darkness, it becomes a part of you, a scar on your soul that you can't erase. So I'll continue on. I'll keep living, keep pushing forward, even though I know there are things out there that will never let me go. And maybe that's the hardest lesson to learn, that some things aren't meant to be escaped. They're meant to stay with you forever. Because in the end, the darkest places are the ones that live within us, buried in the corners of our minds, waiting for the quiet moments when we least expect it. And no matter how far you run, no matter how hard you try to forget, you can never fully escape them. Pine Hollow will always be there, and so will its whispers. It was the summer of 2018 when I found myself in need of a job. After a few months of searching, I stumbled upon an opening for a night security guard position at a small office building on the outskirts of the city. It wasn't glamorous by any means, but the pay was decent enough, and it was all I needed to cover rent and bills. I had no family in the area, and most of my friends had moved away, leaving me with few social obligations. The job seemed simple: patrol the halls, lock up at the end of the night, and ensure that nothing out of the ordinary happened during the quiet hours. The office building itself was old, an unused relic from a time before the city had grown outward. It was located near a large industrial park, with barely any other businesses around. The building had seen better days: dim lighting, faded walls, creaky floors, but there was something oddly comforting about its stillness. For someone like me, someone who enjoyed solitude, it was perfect. The first night I arrived for my shift, I met my supervisor, a man named Frank. He was a grizzled, older guy who had worked the job for years. Frank didn't talk much, but I gathered that he was a bit of a loner, much like me. His routine was methodical. He handed me the keys, gave me a quick rundown of the security system, and pointed out a few places in the building that were off limits, mostly storage rooms and unused offices. I remember him warning me that the building had a history, but he didn't elaborate further. I assumed it was just his way of giving a vague caution, like when people tell you to watch out for something, but don't really explain why. Maybe the history was just old rumors about the place. Regardless, it didn't seem to matter. I was young, eager for work, and ready to make the best of it. The first few nights were uneventful, almost dull. The building was eerily quiet, save for the occasional hum of the old HVAC system or the squeak of the floorboards beneath my boots. My job consisted mostly of checking the security cameras, walking through the empty halls, and making sure all the doors were locked. I didn't mind it at first. There was something oddly peaceful about the silence, the way the building seemed to breathe at its own pace, undisturbed by the noise of the outside world. The night shift started at 10 p.m. and ended at 6 a.m. It was a routine I quickly became used to. By the second week, I had settled into a rhythm, and everything felt normal. I'd grab a coffee before my shift, walk around the building a couple of times, and sit in the security office, reading or listening to music until it was time to check the building again. But then, something started to feel off. At first, it was small, barely noticeable. Little things that didn't make sense, things that might have been written off as quirks of the building or my tired mind. But soon, these oddities began to happen more frequently, and I couldn't ignore them anymore. The first sign that something was wrong came on my third week. It was around 3 a.m., and I was in the security office, sipping coffee and going over some paperwork. The building was as quiet as ever, and I had just started to zone out when I heard a faint noise. It was a soft tapping sound, like someone knocking on a door. I froze, my heart racing. I turned to look at the security monitor, but everything seemed fine. No movement, no indication of anything unusual. I stood up and checked the halls empty. The noise had stopped, but the silence felt heavier than before, as if something was waiting just out of sight. I tried to shrug it off, assuming it was the old building settling. But that night, as I continued my patrol, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every corner I turned, every room I checked, felt like someone or something was just behind me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I walked down the long, narrow hallways, my flashlight cutting through the shadows. The next night, it happened again. The tapping noise. This time, it was louder, more insistent. I bolted from my chair and headed straight for the source. But again, there was nothing. The building was empty. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone. It wasn't just the noises. I started to notice strange things on my rounds. Office chairs would be moved slightly out of place, as if someone had sat in them. Lights would flicker or turn on when no one else was around. Sometimes I'd find the front door unlocked, even though I was certain I'd locked it earlier. Each time, I told myself it was just a mistake, that I was overthinking things, or that I was tired from the long hours. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. One night, while walking through the building, I noticed something else. A door that I was certain had been locked earlier was now slightly ajar. My pulse quickened as I approached it. I pushed it open, half expecting to find something or someone waiting inside. The room was empty, just as I thought it would be. But there, in the far corner, was an old, dusty chair. And sitting on it was a piece of paper. My heart skipped a beat when I saw it. The paper was blank except for a single word, scrawled across it in jagged, uneven letters. Leave. I didn't know what to make of it. Was it a prank? Someone messing with me? But who would do that, and why? I felt a chill run through me as I backed away from the room, closing the door behind me. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I looked over my shoulder, I expected to see someone standing there, someone I couldn't see, but could feel. I was on edge, every sound amplified, every creak and groan of the building sending a surge of adrenaline through me. I told myself to stick it out. I needed the job, and besides, It was probably just my mind playing tricks on me. But as the days wore on, I couldn't help but wonder, what was really going on in this old building? And was I going to be okay? Little did I know, the events that followed would only escalate from there. And I wasn't prepared for what would come next. It wasn't long after that first unsettling encounter with the chair and the note that things started to take an even stranger turn. The following night, after what had been a quiet shift with no real issues, I was walking through the lower levels of the building when I noticed something I hadn't seen before, a strange, lingering smell. It wasn't something obvious at first. I remember thinking it was just the mustiness of the old building settling in, but it was sharp and distinct, a heavy, almost metallic scent that seemed to hang in the air, unlike anything I had encountered before. I shook it off, continuing my rounds. But as I passed through the narrow hallway towards the stairwell, the scent grew stronger. It was a peculiar mix, something that reminded me of old pennies and something more unsettling. My skin prickled as I stood still for a moment, trying to make sense of it. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, as if warning me that I was not alone in that hallway, even though it was empty. I paused, taking a deep breath, trying to ignore the growing unease in my gut. I chalked it up to my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe it was just the air conditioning or the dampness of the building. But as I turned the corner and made my way toward the back offices, I noticed something even stranger. The lights in the hallway flickered. I had noticed the building's aging wiring before, but this was different. The flicker wasn't just a random glitch. It was rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat, like the building itself was alive. I stopped and looked up, my breath catching in my throat. The light over me flickered once, twice, and then settled back to normal. But then it happened again, this time further down the hall. It flickered and buzzed, and as it did, I could have sworn I saw a shadow move just out of the corner of my eye. It was a quick, fleeting motion, like someone had darted across the hallway. But when I turned, no one was there. The hall was completely empty. I could feel my pulse quicken as I walked forward cautiously, eyes scanning every corner. The shadow, or whatever it was, had vanished. I couldn't explain it. Maybe it was just my tired mind playing tricks, but the feeling of being watched was intensifying. I had always believed in the rational, the logical, but something about this building, about that moment, was starting to eat away at that sense of certainty. I rounded the corner to the break room, and there, on the table, was the same type of paper, the one I had seen earlier, the one with the word leave written on it. My heart skipped a beat. How had it ended up here? I had checked this room only a few hours ago, and everything had been in its place. Yet, there it was, on the table, perfectly positioned, as if it had been waiting for me. My hand trembled as I picked it up. It was the same blank sheet with a single word written on it in jagged, uneven letters. Leave. I stared at the paper, trying to make sense of it. My mind raced as I thought about what this could mean. Was it a prank? Maybe someone else on the night shift was messing with me, trying to spook the new guy. But this wasn't just a simple joke. There was something about the paper, something about the way it had appeared again, that made my skin crawl. I shoved it into my pocket and walked back to the security office, trying to calm myself. My head was spinning. Every little creak of the building seemed magnified now. Every step I took felt like I was walking on thin ice, as if something was about to break beneath me. I sat down in the office and tried to focus on my paperwork, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I kept thinking about the shadows, about the flickering lights, and that smell that wouldn't go away. The feeling of being watched lingered like a heavy weight pressing on my chest. Around 2 a.m., I decided to get up and take a walk. I needed to clear my head. The halls were dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the exit signs and the dim lighting overhead. The building was still, as it always was during the night, but it felt different this time. I walked slowly, my boots echoing in the silence as I moved through the corridors. As I passed by the second-floor storage area, I heard a noise, an odd sound, like something heavy being dragged across the floor. It wasn't loud at first, but as I listened, it became more distinct. The sound seemed to come from deep within the storage room. I froze, my heart racing. There was no one in the building, except for me at least. That's what I had believed. I approached the door slowly, my hand reaching for the knob. The moment my fingers touched the cold metal, the dragging sound stopped. I stood there, frozen, my breath shallow. I waited for a moment, but there was nothing. No more sounds, no footsteps, no movement. The hallway was silent again. I could have sworn I had heard something, but there was no sign of anything out of place. With a shaky hand, I turned the handle and opened the door. The room was empty. It was exactly as I'd left it. Rows of stacked boxes, old files, and forgotten equipment. There was no sign of anyone. No dragging marks on the floor, no indication that anything had moved. I stepped back, confused and uneasy. The feeling of being watched was back, even stronger now. I closed the door, quickly making my way back to the security office. I didn't want to be out here any longer. Every corner I turned, every empty office I passed, seemed to hold something just beyond my sight. I had to get a grip, I told myself. This was just a building, just an old place with its quirks. But the more I thought about it, the more the unease settled into my bones. I tried to push it aside, to concentrate on my duties, but I couldn't ignore the mounting sense that something was deeply wrong. I couldn't shake the image of that paper, the word leave scrawled on it in that strange, jagged handwriting. And then there was the smell, the metallic scent that seemed to cling to the air, growing stronger with every passing hour. The building had always been old and musty, but this was different. This wasn't just the smell of decay, it was something far worse, something that made my stomach turn. And then there was the tapping noise. It had been faint at first, but now it was growing louder. I could hear it again, somewhere in the building. Soft at first, like someone knocking on a door. But as I listened, it became clear it wasn't a knock at all. It was a steady, rhythmic tapping, as if something was tapping on the walls themselves. I stood up, my legs feeling unsteady as I grabbed the flashlight. I didn't know what I was hoping to find, but I had to investigate. I couldn't just sit there anymore, listening to the noises and letting my mind race. I walked down the hallway, following the sound. It was coming from the far end of the building, past the break room and toward the rear exit. The tapping grew louder with every step, echoing off the walls, until it was almost deafening. My heart thudded in my chest as I approached the rear exit. I turned the corner, flashlight in hand, my breath shallow. And that's when I saw it. The door, the one I had locked just hours before, was wide open. I stood there, frozen, my mind racing. The door had been locked. I was certain of it. But now it was standing ajar, as if someone had come in, someone or something that shouldn't have been there. I stepped closer, the sound of the tapping fading as I approached the open door. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorframe, pushing it open just enough to peer into the darkened room beyond. But there was nothing. Nothing but the oppressive darkness and the sense that something was waiting for me in the shadows. The following days became a blur of increasing unease. What had begun as a single oddity, a chair moving by itself, and a strange note, was now a cascade of strange events that seemed to escalate with each passing hour. At first, I tried to convince myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. After all, I was still adjusting to the night shifts, still getting used to the isolation of the job. But as the events continued, each one more unsettling than the last, the weight of the fear pressing on me became undeniable. It all started the night after the rear door had mysteriously opened. I had locked it. I was sure of it, but that wasn't the most disturbing part. No, it was what happened after. As I walked back to the security office, my eyes scanning the dimly lit hallways, I noticed something different. The building seemed quieter, too quiet. It felt as though the air itself was holding its breath. The distant hum of the ventilation system was muffled, and the usual creaks and groans of the aging building had ceased entirely. It was an unnatural stillness that made my skin crawl. I had become hyper-aware of every sound, every shift in the air. The faintest creak from above, the soft whir of the fan in the office, even the sound of my own breathing seemed amplified in the silence. I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being watched again. And this time, the feeling was sharper, more immediate, as though someone or something was right behind me, just out of sight. It started with the shadows. I had noticed them before, but now they seemed different. They stretched unnaturally across the walls, shifting in ways that defied logic. I would walk down a hallway and see a shadow dart quickly across the floor, just at the edge of my vision. I would turn my head, heart racing, but there would be nothing there. Just the empty hall, the flickering lights, and the weight of silence pressing down on me. The tapping, which had been a faint noise at first, grew louder, more persistent. It was like the sound of fingernails tapping against wood, sharp, rhythmic, and eerie. The noise seemed to come from nowhere, echoing through the hallways, bouncing off the walls. It was as if the building itself was trying to communicate with me, but I couldn't understand the message. One night, after hearing the tapping again, I decided I could no longer ignore it. I had to find out what was causing it. I couldn't keep pretending it was nothing. Something was happening, something I couldn't explain, and I needed answers. I grabbed my flashlight and headed down the hall toward the source of the sound. The building was dark, the only light coming from the exit signs and the weak glow of the office monitors. Each step felt heavy, my boots thudding against the worn tiles as I walked through the corridors. The air was thick with an almost tangible unease, the atmosphere heavy with the sense that something was waiting for me. The tapping grew louder as I neared the storage area. It was unmistakable now, a steady rhythm that echoed down the hall. I reached the door, my heart pounding in my chest. My hand hovered over the knob for a moment, hesitation creeping in. I knew what was waiting behind that door, nothing good, nothing I wanted to face. But I had to know. I turned the handle. The door creaked open, revealing the dimly lit room. It was filled with old filing cabinets, dusty boxes, and forgotten equipment. The tapping had stopped, but the silence that followed was almost worse. I stepped inside, scanning the room with my flashlight, the beam cutting through the dark. The shadows seemed to stretch and shift unnaturally, twisting in the corners of my vision. There was no sign of anything unusual, nothing to explain the noise. Yet the air in the room felt thick, almost suffocating, as if the walls themselves were closing in on me. I scanned the room one more time, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. And then, in the far corner of the room, I saw it. At first, I thought it was just another shadow, but as I focused on it, I realized it wasn't. It was a figure, barely visible in the darkness, standing motionless in the corner. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't a person, at least not in any way I could comprehend. It was like a shape, a distorted, shifting form, too blurry to make out clearly. But I could feel it, its presence, its eyes, its cold, unyielding gaze boring into me from the shadows. I wanted to run, to turn and flee from that room, but my legs wouldn't move. I stood frozen, my flashlight trembling in my hand as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. And then it moved. Slowly, deliberately, it shifted, dragging itself across the floor, its form blurring and warping as it moved toward me. My heart skipped a beat, and I stumbled backward, crashing into one of the old filing cabinets. The sound was enough to break the spell, and I bolted from the room, slamming the door behind me. I could feel my breath coming in ragged gasps as I sprinted down the hallway, my mind racing to make sense of what had just happened. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The fear that had gripped me was overwhelming, suffocating, and all I wanted was to get back to the security office, to lock myself inside and never come out. I slammed the door shut behind me and locked it. I collapsed against the desk, my hands shaking as I tried to catch my breath. What the hell had I just seen? Was it real? Had I imagined it? But deep down, I knew it wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was something real, something that didn't belong in that building. The tapping started again, louder now, echoing through the walls. This time, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the radio and called in for backup, my voice shaky as I spoke into the mic. "This is security. I need backup immediately. Something's going on here, something I can't explain." I waited, my eyes darting around the room as the tapping continued, growing louder and louder until it felt like it was all around me. The lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward me. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the tapping stopped. The building was silent again. I sat there, my heart pounding in my chest, waiting for anything to happen. The feeling of being watched was suffocating, and I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone. The minutes stretched on, the silence growing more unbearable with each passing second. Finally, the radio crackled to life, and I heard a voice on the other end. "Security, this is backup. We're on our way." But by the time they arrived, the building was empty. The lights were dim, the hallways eerily still. There was no sign of any disturbance, no indication of what had happened. The figure in the storage room was gone, the tapping had stopped, and the building was once again silent. But I knew what I had seen. I knew that something was out there, something that couldn't be explained, and it was only a matter of time before it made its next move. The following nights after the incident in the storage room were shrouded in tension. The building, once so familiar to me, had now become a place I dreaded. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking just beyond my sight, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The tapping had stopped, but the air was thick with unease, and I was no longer convinced that the building's silence was natural. Every corner felt like it was hiding something. Every shadow seemed to stretch just a little too far. The more I tried to push the strange events out of my mind, the more they crept back in, clawing at my thoughts, dragging me deeper into the fear that had taken root in me. No matter how hard I tried to convince myself that I was just overreacting, that I was simply adjusting to the isolation of the night shift, I couldn't ignore what I had seen. The figure in the storage room hadn't been a hallucination. It had been real. And whatever it wasn't finished with me yet. The night of the major encounter began like any other. I was working my usual shift, walking the same empty halls, checking the same locked doors, and running the same security checks. But there was something different about tonight. Something in the air felt heavier, more oppressive, like the building was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. It started with a sudden chill. The temperature in the security office dropped so quickly that I could see my breath in the air. The vents hummed with the usual mechanical noise, but the cold was like a living thing, creeping under my skin, sinking into my bones. I tried to adjust the thermostat, but the numbers on the screen flickered erratically, refusing to cooperate. No matter what I did, the cold persisted, growing more intense by the minute. I stood up from the desk, my muscles tense, and walked out into the hallway, the icy air biting at my skin. My flashlight flickered as I moved down the hall, casting strange, distorted shadows on the walls. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up, the familiar sense of being watched washing over me again. But this time, it was stronger, more immediate, and it sent a wave of cold terror through my chest. As I walked toward the rear of the building, the sound of footsteps behind me echoed through the hallway. My heart skipped a beat. It was unmistakable, the sound of heavy boots dragging across the floor, slow and deliberate. I spun around, shining my flashlight in every direction, but there was nothing. No one. The hallway was empty. I stood frozen for a moment, my breath shallow, eyes darting around, trying to make sense of what was happening. The footsteps had stopped, but the sound of breathing, slow, labored, almost rhythmic, had begun. It was coming from the dark end of the hall, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I stepped forward cautiously, each footstep sounding too loud in the stillness. As I moved closer, I saw it. At first, it was just a figure in the shadows, tall, imposing, but shapeless. But then the figure stepped forward, revealing itself in the dim light, and my heart nearly stopped. It was the same distorted shape I had seen in the storage room, the same blurry, shifting form. It was standing right in front of me, its eyes glowing faintly in the dark, locked on mine. I could feel its gaze, cold and heavy, pressing into me like an invisible force. My body froze, unable to move, as if the very air around me had thickened and become too heavy to breathe. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching me with those cold, unblinking eyes. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears, my chest tight with fear. My mind was racing, my thoughts scattered. I had to run. I had to get away. But my legs refused to move, rooted to the spot by the weight of the terror gripping me. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure started to change. Its shape began to shift, contorting in unnatural ways, as if the very fabric of its form was being stretched and pulled. The shadows around it twisted, bending and warping, as though the light itself was being consumed by the figure. I could hear a faint whispering now, soft and incomprehensible, like distant voices murmuring just out of reach. But the sound wasn't coming from the figure, it was coming from all around me, from the walls, the ceiling, the very air itself. The building seemed to be alive, breathing, pulsing with something dark and malevolent. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that this wasn't just a haunting, it was something far worse. This entity, whatever it was not a ghost, not a spirit. It was something ancient, something that had been trapped here long before I had ever set foot in this building. And now, it was free. I finally found the strength to move. I turned and ran, not caring about the noise I was making, not caring about anything but escaping that creature, that thing. My feet pounded against the floor as I sprinted down the hallway, but it felt like the walls were closing in around me, like the very building was shifting to trap me. The shadows seemed to reach out, stretching toward me with each step. I rounded the corner, my breath dragged in my throat, and stumbled into the main security office. I slammed the door shut behind me, locking it with trembling hands. My heart was hammering in my chest as I pressed my back against the door, gasping for air. I tried to steady myself, but the fear was overwhelming, a suffocating pressure that made it hard to think. But then I heard it, the tapping. It started again, louder this time, echoing through the walls, reverberating in my skull. The rhythm was unmistakable, the same sharp, deliberate tapping I had heard before. It was coming from outside the door, just on the other side, as if whatever was out there was waiting for me, toying with me, daring me to open the door. I backed away from the door, my legs shaking, my mind reeling. The flashlight in my hand flickered, casting long, jagged shadows across the room. The room felt smaller now, the walls pressing in on me. My breaths came faster, more shallow, as panic began to set in. There was no escape. And then I heard the voice. It was faint at first, a low, guttural sound that seemed to crawl up from the floor, curling around my ears. It grew louder, clearer, until it was unmistakable a voice, but not one that belonged to any human. It was distorted, rasping, almost like a growl, but with a strange, unnatural cadence. The voice was speaking my name. Come, closer. My blood ran cold. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I could feel the presence outside the door, the weight of its gaze pressing in from all sides. I was trapped, unable to escape. The darkness seemed to consume the room, the very air turning thick and suffocating. And then, in a blur of panic, I heard the door creak. The tapping had stopped. The voice had stopped. Everything was silent. But I knew it wasn't over. The worst was yet to come. I don't remember how long I stood there, pressed against the door in that small, dimly lit security office. Time seemed to stretch, bend, and twist, losing all meaning. My breath was shallow, and my hands trembled uncontrollably. The feeling of dread hadn't let up, it had only intensified, squeezing the life out of me with each passing second. The room seemed to close in on me, the walls pressing tighter and tighter, as if the building itself were alive, suffocating me. I wanted to scream, to run, to break free of whatever nightmare had me trapped in its grip, but my body refused to obey. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the silence broke. A loud bang, sharp and sudden, reverberated through the door, making my heart leap into my throat. I stumbled backward, the blood draining from my face. I was too terrified to move, too paralyzed by the unknown to react. But the sound wasn't a physical blow. It wasn't the force of something trying to break through. No, it was something far worse. The door wasn't being hit by an object. It was as if the very air outside had compressed and exploded against it. Then, the whispering began again, only this time, it was no longer just a murmur. The voices, those twisted, distorted sounds, grew louder. They seemed to come from everywhere, as though they were speaking from the walls, the floor, the ceiling. The air around me seemed to ripple with each syllable, warping and bending, distorting the space in a way that was almost unbearable. I couldn't understand the words, but I could feel them deep in my bones, crawling under my skin, gnawing at my sanity. Leave. Now, or. The voice was unmistakable, and it wasn't the voice of one entity anymore. It was a chorus of voices, overlapping each other, speaking in a rhythm that sounded almost musical, but in a way that was profoundly wrong. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't breathe. I had to get out. I grabbed the flashlight and, with shaking hands, shoved it into my bag. The door was still vibrating, the whispers still growing louder, more intense. I couldn't stay in that room one more second. I had no idea what was happening or why it was happening, but I knew one thing for certain. I had to leave. If I stayed, I wouldn't make it out alive. I ran. No hesitation. No second thoughts. I threw open the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and bolted into the hallway. My feet pounded the floor as I raced toward the exit, my mind screaming at me to go faster, to keep moving, to escape before it was too late. But the building seemed to shift. The hallways were no longer the same as they had been only a few hours ago. The doors I had passed earlier were now closed tightly, as though they had been locked from the inside. The walls seemed to close in, narrowing the path ahead, trapping me, forcing me to take turns that led me deeper into the maze of corridors. I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me, slow, deliberate, purposeful, echoing through the hall. I didn't dare turn around. I couldn't. The figure, the thing, was behind me, and I could feel its presence pressing closer, its cold breath brushing the back of my neck. The whispers grew louder, closer, their words becoming sharper, more insistent. Not getting away. I had to find the exit. It was my only chance. My mind was racing as I searched frantically for any door that would lead me outside, but it was as though the building was alive, twisting and contorting to keep me from escaping. The windows were dark, their glass solid and unmoving, as if they were sealed shut by something unseen. The doors, when I reached them, were either locked or completely blocked off, as though they had never been there in the first place. I reached the lobby. Finally, the main door was in front of me. But as I stepped forward, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The door. It was open. But it wasn't the kind of open I had expected. The frame seemed to stretch and twist, the space around it distorting in ways that made my head spin. The light outside flickered and blinked, as if it were about to go out completely. And standing in the doorway waiting for me was the figure. Its shape, once amorphous and blurry, now stood in full, terrifying clarity. Its body was tall, distorted, and covered in shadows that seemed to dance and shift like living things. It was grinning. I froze, paralyzed by fear. The figure stepped forward, its presence filling the space, pushing the light from the outside away, until all that was left was darkness. The whispers, now a cacophony of disembodied voices, surrounded me, filling my ears with words I couldn't understand. The building, the air, the very fabric of reality seemed to warp and bend around me. And then, everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying in the hospital bed, my body sore, my mind clouded, as if I had been drugged. The lights above me flickered faintly, and the sound of soft beeping filled the room. I tried to move, but everything felt heavy, like I had been asleep for days, if not longer. My eyes slowly adjusted to the dim light, and as I tried to make sense of my surroundings, a nurse walked into the room. She looked at me with concern, but there was something different about her expression, something that made me uneasy. "Are you feeling all right?" she asked, her voice soft but laced with an undercurrent of something I couldn't place. I nodded, though my throat felt dry and tight. "What happened? Where am I?" She gave me a vague answer, something about being found unconscious outside the building. Apparently, I had collapsed while trying to escape, but I didn't remember any of that. I didn't remember how I got out or why I had blacked out. I was alive, but I felt like I had barely escaped something far worse than I could understand. I tried to ask about the building, about the strange events, but the nurse looked at me with a strange pity in her eyes. "You're lucky to be alive," she said. "That building. No one goes near it anymore. It's been abandoned for years." I frowned, confusion creeping into my thoughts. But I was just working there. I was just doing my shift. How could it be abandoned? The nurse didn't answer. She simply gave me a strange look before walking out of the room. I was left with more questions than answers, a sense of unease gnawing at me. Weeks passed, and though I eventually recovered physically, the mental scars remained. I tried to contact the security company I had worked for, but they had no record of me ever being employed there. I even tried to get in touch with former employees, but no one seemed to remember the building or acknowledge its existence. It was as though it had vanished. I wanted to forget. I wanted to put everything behind me, but the memories, those whispers, those cold, hollow eyes, they lingered, haunting me in my dreams. I couldn't escape it. I was left with one unsettling truth. Whatever was in that building, whatever I had encountered, was not something that could be easily forgotten. And it wasn't finished with me yet. It's been years since I left that night shift, years since I walked away from the security desk, away from the terrifying corridors of that building. But even now, in the quiet moments when I'm alone, I can still hear the whispers. I can still feel the pull of that place, the way it twisted and contorted the very air around me, like a living thing hungry to consume anyone who dared to enter. I never returned to that building, not once. No matter how much I tried to push the memories away, they kept coming back, like shadows that refuse to vanish when the light hits. Every night, I hear the soft echo of those voices, a chill creeping down my spine. And every time I close my eyes, I wonder if it's truly over, if I've really escaped. But I don't think I ever will. The worst part? I know that I wasn't the only one. After I left, the building's eerie reputation only grew. It seemed to attract people, like a moth to a flame. People who were desperate for work, for a place to hide, or maybe even for something they didn't understand. Security guards like me, young, naive, and hungry for a paycheck. And it was always the same story. They'd come for the night shift, and then they'd disappear. No one ever found out what happened to them. It became a mystery that everyone knew, but no one dared to solve. The locals would whisper about the building, tell stories of the strange happenings inside. I didn't want to believe it, but after what I experienced, I couldn't help but wonder, had something evil really taken hold of that place? Was it the building itself, or was it something more insidious? Something ancient and hungry, lying in wait for its next victim? I never went back to that city. I couldn't. Every time I passed through, I'd catch a glimpse of it from the corner of my eye, towering like a dark sentinel, waiting for the next person to step inside. But I didn't stop. I didn't look. I just drove away, my heart pounding in my chest. I settled down in a quieter town, trying to rebuild my life. I found a new job, made new friends, and pushed the memories as far back as I could. I told myself that the nightmare was over, that I had made it out alive, and that I was free. But deep down, I knew that what happened wasn't something I could ever truly outrun. The shadows, the whispers, and the presence that followed me, it was all still there. lingering, waiting for the right moment to resurface. I moved on with my life, but I still dream about it. I still hear those voices sometimes, when the wind howls outside my window or when the house is silent. I dream of being back in that dark, claustrophobic hallway, with the door closing behind me, locking me in for good. I dream of the figure that waits, its cold, empty eyes locked onto mine, knowing that it has all the time in the world. And maybe that's what haunts me the most. The fact that I can't remember everything. I can't remember how I escaped. I can't remember why I was spared. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I feel that same eerie presence again, that same creeping cold, and I wonder if maybe it's not over. Maybe it's just waiting. Waiting for the right moment. Waiting for me to come back. Waiting for someone else to make the same mistake I did. I don't know what happened in that building. I don't know if I'll ever truly understand what I encountered. But I do know one thing. Some things are better left unexplained. Some places are better left forgotten. And I've learned, too late, that you can never outrun your past. No matter how far you run, how much you change, or how many years pass, the shadows will always find you. So, to anyone thinking of taking a job as a night security guard in an old, abandoned building, remember my story. Think twice before you walk through that door. Because once you enter, it's never truly over. You might leave, but the place will never let you go. And I'm still waiting for that call, the one that asks me to return, to finish what I started, to find the truth. But until then, I'll keep my distance. I'll keep my eyes straight ahead and my mind focused on something else, something safe. Because I know now that some things are better left unknown. Some doors, no matter how tempting, should never be opened. It was just another road trip. Nothing extraordinary. It was the kind of trip where you're driving from one town to the next, tired from hours on the road, ready to find a place to rest your head. I was traveling with a couple of friends. We'd been on the road for hours, making our way to a destination that seemed to get farther with every mile. It had been a long, exhausting journey, and we were looking forward to a good night's sleep in the next town. We'd been on the highway for what felt like forever when we saw the sign. It was an old, rusted sign with the words, "Welcome to Crescent Hollow." The name didn't mean much to us, but it was a place to stop, so we decided to pull off the road. The town was small, almost too small to even call a town. It was the kind of place where you would pass by and not think twice about it. The streetlights were dimmed, casting a soft glow on the empty streets. We drove through, looking for a place to stay. That's when we saw it, an old hotel standing at the corner of a quiet street, its lights flickering in the distance. The hotel wasn't anything special at first glance. In fact, it looked abandoned. The windows were dark, and the paint on the building was peeling. It looked like it hadn't seen any guests in years. But as we drove closer, we noticed something odd. The door was open, and the lights inside were on. There was an air of mystery about the place that drew us in. Maybe it was the exhaustion from the road, but something told us that this was the place we were supposed to stay. We walked into the lobby, greeted by an eerie silence. The place looked ancient, like it had been frozen in time. Dust hung in the air, and the old wooden floors creaked under our footsteps. The front desk was empty, but there was a bell. I rang it, and after a few moments, an older man appeared from behind a door. He had a tired face, his eyes half-lidded as though he had just woken up from a deep sleep. "Checking in?" he asked, his voice low and gravelly. We nodded, unsure of what to make of the strange man. He didn't seem hostile, just distant. He gave us a key to a room on the second floor and told us to make ourselves comfortable. There was something about him, something off, but we were too tired to care. We dragged our bags up the old staircase, the wood groaning beneath us. The hotel felt like a relic, as if it had been here for generations, untouched by the world outside. The walls were lined with faded wallpaper, and the air smelled of mildew. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were intruding on something that had long been forgotten. Our room was nothing spectacular. The bed was large, the sheets worn but clean. The furniture looked like it had been there since the 70s, maybe longer. But as we settled in, a strange feeling crept over us. It was as if the room was too still, too silent. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the windows, but inside, there was an unnatural calm. We tried to shrug it off, blaming the isolation and the fatigue from the long drive. We turned off the lights and settled in for the night. The only sounds were the occasional creaks of the old building and the wind outside. It felt like time had slowed down in this hotel, as if the world outside didn't exist here. As we lay in the dark, I began to feel a growing sense of unease. It wasn't anything obvious. No doors slamming, no footsteps echoing in the halls. But something was off. The stillness in the air felt too heavy, like it was pressing in on us. I couldn't explain it, but I knew something wasn't right about this place. I tossed and turned, unable to shake the feeling. But eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. Little did I know, the peacefulness of the night would soon be shattered. The morning light filtered through the dusty curtains, casting a pale glow across the room. I slowly woke, blinking my eyes as I adjusted to the dim light. I could feel the weight of sleep still hanging over me, but I was awake enough to notice that the hotel had become eerily silent. The wind outside had stopped, and even the faint hum of the old HVAC unit was absent. I rolled over to check the time, but I noticed something odd. The clock on the nightstand wasn't working. It wasn't just that it was unplugged or had stopped, it looked as if it had never been plugged in at all. I turned to my friends, who were still asleep, oblivious to the oddities surrounding us. I was about to get up and check the door, but as I moved, a cold chill brushed against the back of my neck. It wasn't a breeze. It felt unnatural, like the air itself had shifted. I froze, the hairs on my neck standing up. Something was wrong, but I couldn't place it. I dismissed the sensation at first. It was probably just the weird atmosphere of the hotel, the old building, the isolation. I had heard stories of old places like this, places where time seemed to slow down, where the air felt thick with memories. Maybe that was it, but there was a nagging feeling that kept telling me something wasn't right. I got up and made my way to the window. The streets outside were still empty, as if the town had been abandoned for years. No cars passed by, and no people walked along the sidewalks. It was as if the entire town was in some sort of strange limbo. But when I glanced back at the room, I noticed something strange. The door to the closet was slightly ajar. It hadn't been that way when we arrived. I felt a chill run through me, but I told myself it was just my imagination. I walked over and closed the door, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling. I was just being paranoid, I thought. It was an old hotel, things happened. But as I closed the closet door, I noticed something even stranger. There, sitting on the shelf, was a small porcelain doll, its eyes wide and staring directly at me. I didn't remember seeing the doll when we first arrived. In fact, I was sure there had been nothing on the shelf at all. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt the hairs on my arms stand on end. I stared at the doll for a long moment, trying to convince myself it had always been there. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it had somehow appeared out of nowhere. "Everything okay?" One of my friends, Chris, asked from behind me. I hadn't even noticed that he had woken up. I turned around, still trying to process what I was seeing. "Yeah," I said, my voice sounding strained. "Just a doll on the shelf. Did you put it there?" Chris frowned and shook his head. "No, I didn't even see it last night." We both stood there for a few moments, just staring at the doll. It wasn't like it was dangerous or threatening. It was just a small, old-fashioned doll, but there was something off about it. Its eyes seemed too lifelike, and the way it was positioned felt too deliberate. But before I could say anything else, my other friend, David, groggily sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice thick with sleep. I quickly explained what I had found, though I didn't mention the cold feeling or the strange sensation that had come over me. David chuckled lightly and shrugged. It's probably just something left by the last guests. Maybe the hotel keeps some stuff around for decoration or to sell to people who want souvenirs. We all agreed that it was a strange coincidence, but brushed it off as nothing. I still couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, but I tried to push it down. We gathered ourselves and went down to the lobby to check out. The old man who had checked us in the night before was still behind the front desk. "Good morning," I said, trying to mask the unease in my voice. "We're checking out early. Didn't sleep well." The old man didn't say anything at first, just gave a small nod. His eyes didn't meet mine. Instead, he stared at the counter, his hands clasped in front of him. "Have a nice day," he finally muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. It was almost as if he didn't care about our departure, or maybe he wasn't even aware of us leaving. We turned to leave, but just as we reached the door, I heard the faintest sound, a soft, rhythmic tapping. It was coming from the stairwell. We froze, looking at each other. The tapping grew louder, but no one was there. It sounded like footsteps, but far too slow and deliberate. David reached for the door handle, but I held up a hand, signaling for him to stop. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. Chris nodded, his face pale. "It sounds like someone's walking upstairs, but that's impossible. There's no one else in the hotel." We stood there for a moment, listening. The sound was unmistakable, like the heavy, dragging footsteps of someone walking slowly, deliberately. But when we looked around, there was no one in sight. The old man didn't seem to notice, or perhaps he just didn't care. I could feel the tension building in my chest as I thought about what to do. The sound of footsteps continued, but it wasn't getting any closer. It was as if the person, or whatever it was just walking in place. There was something so unnatural about it, so unsettling, that I felt the urge to leave right then and there. But I couldn't shake the thought that there was more to this place than we realized. There had to be an explanation for everything: the doll, the cold chill, the footsteps. And so, despite my growing unease, I forced myself to step forward, to leave the hotel. As we stepped out into the street, the sound of footsteps stopped abruptly. The silence that followed felt even more oppressive than before. We walked quickly back to our car, my mind racing. Something was very wrong with that hotel, but I couldn't yet put my finger on it. The town around us was still as quiet as ever. There was no sign of life anywhere. It was as though the place had been frozen in time, just like the hotel. We got into the car and started driving, not knowing where we were going or what we were really trying to escape from. All I knew was that I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following us, that the hotel was watching us as we drove away. The drive away from the hotel was long, but the silence in the car was worse. We were all lost in our thoughts, the air inside the vehicle thick with the tension of what had just happened. The town we had left behind seemed to recede into the distance, but the image of that strange hotel stayed with me, clinging to my mind like a shadow. The inexplicable events we had experienced there had left a deep sense of dread, one that felt like it had woven itself into the very fabric of the day. But no one spoke. It was as if we were all trying to convince ourselves that we hadn't really seen what we thought we had. I turned to glance at my friends in the rearview mirror. Chris sat in the back, staring blankly out the window. His usual calm demeanor was gone, replaced by a nervous energy that seemed out of place. David, the driver, gripped the wheel tightly, his knuckles white from the pressure. His face was pale, and the tightness around his eyes told me he was just as unsettled as I was. We had all felt it, the unsettling silence of the hotel, the doll that hadn't been there the night before, the slow, deliberate footsteps that echoed from the empty stairwell. But none of us had dared to speak up about it. As we drove further down the winding road, the air grew colder. It wasn't just the temperature, it felt heavier, thicker, as though the atmosphere itself had changed. I couldn't explain it. There was something about the way the landscape around us seemed to lose its color, the trees standing too still, the sky too gray. It felt like we were leaving the real world behind, slipping into some kind of forgotten space. "Stop the car," I said suddenly. my voice sounding sharper than I intended. My heart was racing, and I couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling in my chest. "Pull over." David glanced at me, his eyes flickering with confusion, but he didn't question me. He slowed the car and brought it to a stop by the side of the road. The engine hummed quietly, its sound almost swallowed by the heavy silence outside. I didn't know why I wanted to stop. It wasn't like I had a plan. Maybe I needed to get out, breathe the air, clear my mind. Or maybe I was hoping that something, anything, would happen to reassure me that we were safe. I stepped out of the car, the cold wind immediately biting into my skin. The stillness of the place was overwhelming, the silence pressing in from all sides. It was as though the world itself was holding its breath. The trees that lined the road were unnervingly still, their branches unmoving, not even a rustle in the leaves. There was no sign of life. It felt like we had entered a place where time had stopped, where nothing existed but the echoes of the past. I walked a few steps away from the car, my boots crunching against the gravel as I moved. I wanted to get some distance, some space to think. But then I heard it, a low, distant sound, faint but unmistakable. It was a tapping, like fingers lightly drumming on a surface. It came from the woods behind us, barely audible, but there was no mistaking it. My heart skipped a beat. I turned around quickly, my breath coming faster now. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice betraying the anxiety building in my chest. David and Chris had gotten out of the car by now, standing a few feet behind me. They were both looking around, but neither of them seemed to hear the tapping. "You okay?" Chris asked, his voice laced with concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I heard something. It's coming from over there," I said, my voice shaking slightly as I pointed toward the woods. "There's something out there." David frowned and glanced at the woods. He didn't seem to be as affected by it. "It's probably just animals. Could be a branch or something." But I knew it wasn't. I could feel it in my bones. That tapping was too deliberate, too rhythmic, and it was getting louder. I didn't wait for them to respond. I started walking toward the trees, moving as quickly as I could without making too much noise. My steps were muffled by the thick layer of fallen leaves, but the tapping was growing louder now, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. The closer I got, the more I felt that something was waiting for me just beyond the trees. I could almost sense its presence, whatever it was. It was as though the very air around me had thickened, pressing against my skin. David called after me, his voice sharp. "Hey, don't go in there. It's not worth it." But I couldn't stop. The sound had taken hold of me, and I needed to know what it was. I pushed through the underbrush, the trees closing in around me, casting shadows over the ground. The tapping grew louder, now accompanied by a strange, low hum, as if the very earth beneath my feet was vibrating. I pushed forward, trying to ignore the growing sense of dread that crawled up my spine. And then I saw it. In the distance, there was a figure tall, thin, and shrouded in shadow. It was standing just at the edge of the woods, unmoving. The tapping had stopped, replaced by the faintest rustling, like the whisper of fabric against the wind. My breath caught in my throat as I stood frozen, staring at the figure. It wasn't human, not in the way we understood it. The figure turned its head slowly toward me. Its face was hidden by the shadows, but its eyes, if they could be called eyes, were black holes, staring directly at me. I felt my stomach twist in fear, my entire body paralyzed. I couldn't look away. "Come back," David's voice shouted from behind me, but I couldn't respond. I couldn't move. I was transfixed by those eyes, as if they were pulling me in, drawing me closer. The figure stepped forward, its movements jerky, unnatural. It took a step toward me, and I could feel the ground beneath my feet tremble, as if something vast and ancient was waking up. The wind began to pick up, swirling around me, carrying with it the scent of something decayed, something foul. "Get back in the car, now!" Chris screamed. I didn't need any more encouragement. The spell broke, and I turned on my heel, sprinting back toward the car. My heart was hammering in my chest. My breath ragged as I ran through the underbrush, barely feeling the branches and leaves scratching at my skin. I heard David and Chris shouting behind me, but all I could think about was getting away from that thing, from whatever it was. I reached the car in a panic, stumbling as I threw myself inside. David slammed the door shut behind me, and Chris followed suit. We all sat there, gasping for breath, staring out at the woods, expecting no, hoping that the thing would follow us. But there was nothing. Only the trees, the eerie silence, the unsettling feeling that something had just been watching us, waiting for us to make a move. "I'm not going back to that hotel," I said, my voice shaking. "Whatever we saw there, it's not over." David looked at me, his face pale. "You think it's following us?" "I don't know," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. "But I feel like it is." We drove off quickly, my mind racing, the sense of something watching us growing stronger with every passing second. The tapping was still fresh in my mind, the figure in the woods, a haunting memory that I couldn't shake. The hotel had only been the beginning. Something much darker was at play, and I was certain we hadn't seen the last of it. The night had fallen like a blanket of darkness around us as we continued our drive away from the woods. The once familiar road felt more like a foreign path now, each twist and turn amplifying the tension that gripped us all. The further we drove, the more the weight of what had happened seemed to settle upon our shoulders. The silence in the car was suffocating, broken only by the hum of the engine and the occasional rustle of leaves outside. The sense of dread that had started at the hotel had only grown stronger, like a storm gathering on the horizon, and none of us knew how to stop it. I kept glancing nervously out the window, my thoughts a chaotic jumble of fear and confusion. The figure in the woods, those eyes, I couldn't get rid of the image. It was as if they were still staring at me, watching from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. I shook my head, trying to clear it, but the thought wouldn't leave. "What the hell was that thing?" Chris asked, his voice breaking the silence for the first time since we had fled the woods. "I don't know," I replied, my words barely audible. But it wasn't human. David, who had been driving in a tight, controlled silence, let out a heavy breath. His grip on the wheel tightened, knuckles white against the darkness of the steering column. "We need to keep going," he said, his voice steady but edged with panic. "We'll be safe once we get far enough away." I wanted to believe him, but something inside me kept whispering that the danger wasn't behind us. It was still out there, following us, moving in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. I couldn't shake the feeling that the hotel, the woods, and that figure weren't random. They were connected, tied together in a way we couldn't understand. We drove for what seemed like hours, the world outside becoming nothing more than a blur of darkness. The roads were winding and desolate, and the deeper we got into the night, the more disconnected I felt from everything around me. It felt like we were in limbo, suspended between two worlds, neither here nor there. The headlights illuminated the road ahead, but it only served to highlight how empty the landscape was. There were no other cars, no signs of life. Only trees, their bare branches reaching up to the sky like gnarled hands, as if they were trying to grab hold of us, pull us back into the darkness. Suddenly, the car jolted. The tires screeched, and the engine sputtered to a halt. My heart skipped a beat as David slammed his foot on the brake, bringing the car to an abrupt stop in the middle of the road. "What the hell?" Chris exclaimed, his voice laced with panic. "What just happened?" David tried to restart the engine, but it wouldn't turn over. The car was dead. I looked out the window, my pulse quickening. There was nothing but darkness around us. The road ahead was swallowed by shadows, and the trees on either side seemed to lean in closer, as if they were closing in on us. "This isn't happening," I muttered under my breath. "This can't be happening." David cursed under his breath, turning the key again in the ignition, but the engine wouldn't budge. "We're stuck," he said, his voice tight with frustration. We need to figure out what's going on. I felt my stomach churn. The air in the car seemed to thicken, pressing down on us from all sides. It was suffocating. I looked at Chris, who was staring out the window with wide eyes, his face pale. He was shaking, but I couldn't tell if it was from the cold or from fear. "This is bad," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "We shouldn't have come out here." Before I could respond, I heard a faint sound, almost imperceptible at first, but growing louder with each passing second. The tapping. That same rhythmic drumming that I had heard in the woods earlier. It was coming from somewhere nearby, echoing in the distance, but this time it was closer. Much closer. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely a breath. David and Chris both looked around, but they didn't seem to hear it. "It's just your imagination," David said, his voice unsteady. "We need to focus on the car." But the tapping didn't stop. It grew louder, more insistent. And then a new sound joined it, a low, guttural growl, like something from the depths of the earth. I felt a chill crawl up my spine as the growl grew louder, closer, until it seemed to be right outside the car. I jerked my head to the window, my heart pounding in my chest. And that's when I saw it. In the reflection of the side mirror, I saw the figure. That same figure from the woods, the tall, thin silhouette, its face hidden in shadow. It was standing just outside the car, motionless, staring at us through the glass. My breath caught in my throat as the figure stepped closer, its movements slow and deliberate, as if it were savoring our fear. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. My body was paralyzed with terror, my mind screaming at me to run, to do something. But all I could do was stare at that figure, those black holes for eyes, watching us, waiting for us to make a move. "Get out of the car," Chris screamed, his voice filled with panic. "We need to get out." But it was too late. The figure raised one long, thin hand and pressed it against the glass of the car window. The tapping sound that had been so distant now vibrated through the very fabric of the car. I could feel it in my bones, in my chest, as if the sound was coming from inside me, as if the figure was inside the car with us, pulling at our minds, our very souls. "Run!" David shouted, his voice breaking as he reached for the door handle. But as soon as he opened the door, the world outside seemed to shift. The trees swayed unnaturally, bending toward the car as if they were alive, reaching for us. The air grew thick with the scent of decay, of something rotting, and I heard the faintest whisper, no, a scream from the woods. It was a sound that was both human and not, a cry for help that turned into a twisted, garbled wail. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. The figure was right there, outside the car, its shadow stretching long and thin across the road. It reached toward us, and I felt the air around me grow heavy, suffocating, as if the world itself was trying to crush us. Its black eyes bore into me, and I could feel its presence in my mind, pressing, probing, searching for something. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure vanished. The tapping stopped. The growl ceased. The air cleared, and everything returned to an unnatural stillness. We were alone again. But we weren't alone. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, lingered in the air long after the figure was gone. My heart raced, my thoughts spinning in every direction. What was that thing? Why was it following us? And most importantly, what did it want? The air in the car was thick, suffocating, as if the very atmosphere itself was laden with the weight of the events that had just transpired. We sat in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The figure outside, the tapping, the growls, it all felt like a nightmare that we couldn't wake up from. But we weren't dreaming. The cold sweat on my skin, the knot in my stomach, the sharpness of the silence surrounding us, all of it was too real. I glanced at David, who was still gripping the steering wheel, his knuckles pale and rigid. He wasn't moving. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, but I could tell he wasn't seeing anything. He was lost in thought, maybe even in shock. Chris was the first to speak, his voice trembling, cracking with fear. "What the hell was that?" he whispered, his eyes darting nervously around the car, as if expecting the figure to appear at any moment. "I don't know," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "But we have to leave. Now." David didn't respond. He didn't even acknowledge me. The car was still dead, the engine refusing to start no matter how many times he turned the key. It was as if the car itself had become a part of whatever force was out there, rendering it useless, trapping us in this hellish situation. Chris cursed under his breath. "This isn't happening. We need to get out of here." "Do you really think we can just drive away?" I shot back, my voice strained with panic. "What if it's still out there? What if it's following us?" For a long moment, there was silence. Then David finally spoke, his voice low and tight. "We can't stay here. We need to get to the nearest town and get help." But how could we possibly get help when we didn't even know what we were up against? What kind of thing had been out there in the woods? Why had it come after us? And why had it left so suddenly? The questions buzzed in my mind, unanswered and gnawing at me. I needed to know what it was, but there was no one to ask, no one who could possibly understand what we had seen. David threw the door open and stepped out into the cold night air, followed by Chris and me. We stood there for a moment, staring into the pitch-black woods, as if expecting something to emerge from the darkness. The wind howled through the trees, and for the first time, the forest seemed utterly silent. No animals, no sounds of nature, just that unnerving, oppressive stillness. "We can't stay here," David said again, this time with more urgency in his voice. "The car's not going to start. We need to find help. There's a town not too far from here. We'll walk." Chris and I exchanged uneasy glances. Walking through those woods in the dead of night, after everything we had just experienced, felt like a death sentence. But we had no other choice. The car was useless, and standing there doing nothing felt even worse. "We'll stick together," I said, trying to steady my nerves. "Keep close and don't look back." We gathered what little belongings we could salvage from the car, then began walking down the road, away from the woods. Every step felt heavier than the last, as if the ground beneath us was resisting, pulling us back. The trees loomed on either side, their twisted branches like fingers reaching out to grab us, and I kept expecting to hear the tapping again, or to see that figure emerge from the darkness. But there was nothing. The road stretched on, empty and desolate. The town we were heading toward felt like a distant dream, a place we weren't even sure existed. It felt as if we were walking in some sort of limbo, caught between the terror of the woods and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. My mind raced with possibilities. What if the town was abandoned, just like the hotel? What if there was no escape? As we walked, I noticed that the air seemed to change. It was still cold, but there was something else, something subtle, like the tension before a storm. I could feel it in my bones, in the way the wind howled through the trees. It felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. We walked for what felt like hours, though I knew it had only been a fraction of that time. My legs ached, and my chest felt tight with every breath I took. I glanced at Chris, whose face was pale, eyes wide with fear. I knew I looked the same. And then, as if the universe had decided to give us a brief reprieve, we saw it, the faint glow of lights in the distance. It was a small town, nestled between the hills, far removed from the chaos of the woods. The sight of it brought a rush of relief, but it was short-lived. My instincts told me that something wasn't right. When we finally reached the town, it was eerily quiet. The streets were empty, not a soul in sight. The only sound was the wind rustling through the leaves, the occasional creak of a door or window somewhere in the distance. We approached the nearest building, a small convenience store, its lights flickering faintly. But as we drew closer, something felt off. The door was slightly ajar, and there was a strange smell in the air, like decay, like something had been left to rot. David pushed the door open, his hand shaking as he gripped the handle. "Hello?" He called out, his voice echoing into the darkness. "Is anyone here?" There was no response. We stepped inside, the dim light casting long shadows across the shelves. The store was empty, not a single person in sight. The shelves were stocked with goods, but everything felt wrong. It was as though the place had been abandoned in a hurry, like the world had just forgotten it existed. "This is not right," Chris muttered, his voice trembling. "This place should be bustling. Why is it so quiet?" I didn't have an answer for him. All I knew was that the town, like the woods, had the same oppressive feeling of being trapped, of being stuck in a place where time had stopped. David started toward the back of the store, looking for someone, anyone, but when he reached the counter, he stopped dead in his tracks. He had found something, or rather, someone. The body of a man, slumped behind the counter, his face contorted in a silent scream. His eyes were wide open, staring at nothing, his body cold and lifeless. The smell of decay was stronger now, and the air seemed to grow heavier, thicker, as if it was choking us. I took a step back, my heart racing in my chest. This wasn't just a town. It was a place that had been abandoned by time, by life. It was as if the world had moved on, leaving this place and us behind. We fled from the store, our footsteps echoing in the empty streets as we ran toward the only thing that felt like safety, the car, the dead car that had trapped us in this nightmare. But when we got back to the road where we had left the car, it was gone. The spot where it had been parked was empty, the road now completely deserted. It was as if the car had never been there at all. "We're trapped," I whispered, the words escaping from my lips before I could stop them. "We're trapped here." The wind howled around us, and the trees in the distance seemed to sway ominously. It was as though the world itself was closing in, pushing us back into the woods, into the darkness where that thing awaited. We had no answers, no explanations for what had happened, and as the night stretched on, the fear that gripped us only tightened. We had made it out of the woods, but we hadn't escaped. We were still in its grasp, and there was nowhere left to run. There was no resolution, no way to understand the horror we had witnessed. It was a story without an ending, a nightmare without a dawn. And as the last of the light flickered out from the abandoned town, we realized there would be no escape. The sound of our footsteps echoed through the empty town as we stood, staring at the spot where the car had been just hours earlier. The streetlights flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch farther than they should. There was no sign of the car, no movement, nothing to indicate that anything had once been here. The wind whistled through the empty streets, carrying with it a sense of cold finality. Whatever we had experienced, it felt like it was over, but in a way that left us with more questions than answers. David, Chris, and I were all standing there, unable to make sense of it. The feeling of dread had only grown heavier, like a blanket smothering us. We had walked miles, seen unimaginable things, and still, here we were, trapped in a town that seemed forgotten by time itself. The sun was still hidden behind the thick clouds, as if the sky was unwilling to offer us any comfort. "Where do we go from here?" Chris's voice broke through the silence, his words trembling like a leaf in the wind. "There's no one. There's nothing. What the hell happened?" David rubbed his face, his hands trembling. His usually calm demeanor had cracked, and I could see the fear in his eyes. He wasn't the same person I'd met on that road trip. "I don't know," he muttered. "I don't know what happened, but I can't keep doing this. I can't keep running around like this." We had no answers, no explanations. The events of the night, the figure, the tapping, the growls had left us broken. Part of me wanted to believe that we had imagined it all, that it had all been some twisted hallucination brought on by exhaustion or fear. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. That thing, whatever it was real. The town, whatever happened here, was real. I turned to Chris. His face was pale, and his eyes were wild, still locked in a state of disbelief. I could see the panic creeping up his spine, his chest rising and falling with every shallow breath he took. "Chris, We have to stick together. We can't split up, I said, trying to steady myself and keep him grounded. But the moment I spoke those words, the wind picked up, sending a chill through the air. It felt as if the world itself was mocking us. It was then that I heard a sound, so faint at first that I thought I might be imagining it. But then it grew louder. The tapping. The rhythmic tapping that had haunted us from the beginning. It wasn't just in the distance this time. It was right behind us. In the streets, in the alleyways, getting closer with every passing second. I spun around, my heart hammering in my chest, expecting to see the figure from the woods, the one that had followed us. But there was nothing. Just shadows, just emptiness. The tapping stopped for a moment, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. We stood frozen, not daring to speak. I felt my skin prickle, the hairs on the back of my neck standing at attention. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, louder than the silence around us. I wanted to scream, to break free from this madness, but the words wouldn't come. Then, just as quickly as it had started, the tapping stopped. The air grew still, the wind no longer howling. I dared a glance at David and Chris. They looked as terrified as I felt. None of us said anything. None of us dared to break the silence. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, waiting for us to make a move. Maybe we're just imagining it, Chris whispered, his voice barely audible. Maybe we're just... He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes wide, his face frozen in horror. I turned to look where he was staring, and what I saw made my blood run cold. There, at the end of the street, standing in the shadows, was the figure. It was tall, too tall. Its form was dark, obscured by the night, but I could make out its features, a gaunt, twisted figure, as if it had been distorted by something unnatural. Its eyes, glowing faintly, fixed on us, unblinking. The tapping started again, slow at first, like it was savoring each step, each movement. The figure didn't move at first. It just stood there, staring, as if waiting for us to react. And we did. We ran. There was no thinking, no planning. We just ran, without any direction, without any real hope. My legs burned with each stride, but I didn't stop. The figure was behind us, always behind us, getting closer with every passing second. I could hear the tapping growing louder, but it wasn't just in the streets anymore. It was everywhere. In the trees, in the air, in the ground. It was coming from all directions, like it was all around us. We ran for what felt like hours, but it didn't matter. There was no escaping it. No matter how fast we ran, no matter how hard we pushed ourselves, the tapping never stopped. We were being driven forward by fear, by pure adrenaline, but with every step, the realization said there was no way out. Finally, we collapsed, all three of us, on the side of the road. Our bodies were wrecked, our chests heaving with exhaustion. The figure was still out there, but it was out of sight for now. I looked around, hoping to see something, anything that would tell me we were safe. But all I saw was emptiness. There was no end, no conclusion, no final moment where we could finally say we had escaped. We were lost in a world of fear, trapped in a nightmare that had no end, no resolution. We had left the hotel, we had left the woods, but we hadn't left the terror. We never spoke of what happened after that night. We never mentioned the figure, the tapping, or the town again. It was as though pretending it hadn't happened was the only way we could move on with our lives. We left that place, and eventually we went our separate ways. But none of us would ever be the same. The fear, the dread, it lingered in the back of our minds, always there, like a shadow we couldn't outrun. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls and the shadows seem a little too long, I think about that night, about the hotel, the woods, and the figure that followed us. I think about the tapping, the sound that never seemed to end. And I wonder if anyone will ever find the answers we never did. But deep down, I know the truth. Some things are never meant to be understood. Some horrors can't be explained, and some places are meant to be forgotten. As for us, we were just three people who stumbled into a nightmare we could never escape. And in the end, the question remains, what was it that we saw, and why did it follow us? We may never know, but one thing is for sure we will never forget. And that is the story of this strangely empty hotel